start the, are we on now?
Hold on one second.
Okay. Okay, guys.
Okay, you're on.
Good morning. This is the meeting of November 18th, 2022, and we'll review the consent calendar. Do we have item C1, T&D Real Estate Edition? Is Calvin, I mean, is Sophie Calvin here?
Yes, I am.
Great. Hi, Sophie.
Hello.
Do we have the drawings on the board? Great. Okay, I was reviewing the drawings and I did send you some through David. We sent you an email. Where are the details that we're looking at? What page?
Okay.
Page 16 of that PDF, Alex. So we've got 16 and 17.
It's hard to read and it's hard to see what you're showing here.
Yeah, you know, the quality is much less resolution than I have on my screen for some reason.
Yeah, I couldn't read them. Where are the window details?
Keep going. Next page. There you go.
I missed-
7.
And what scale is that?
I have to, if you bring it up a little bit, I can't see it on the page. The scale's in the lower number of that window.
Inches a foot.
Can you blow up that thing? Yeah,
right.
the corner 7. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, usually these details are at 3 inches equal a foot, and they have more complete details of how you're going to waterproof and what you're going to do with that. Is that a stone sill? Is that what you're planning to use? I was looking at the elevations. If you go to the elevations quickly, the renderings. Where are they? We have some very nice renderings.
So you can go to 19, whoever's driving, or 18, 19.
Got a little lag, Brian.
No worries.
They just missed them.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. Like if you zoom into the elevations, you see there is a whole. This seems to be a surround, a recess on the window, a sill. You know, I was wondering about that and the eave details and the brake details.
We have the eave on there in the same detail, the roof overhang on number 7.
I do. I saw that, but it's very deficient. You know, if you go up one, I think, yeah, a little bit up, a little bit up, a little bit up. That, you know, you can't have your whole details in one page like that. I mean, it's not clear how would a worker know what to do there. It's usually have like details on the gutter and the downspouts.
We have that as well. If you keep going in the set, we have the gutters and downspouts with our material board. But we understand what you're saying, Alex. I guess, you know, because it's a remodel and we're not doing it ground up, we weren't anticipating having perhaps the number of sheets of details that you're expecting.
Well, it's completely different from what's there before. If you look at the before and after.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. It's just going to be months before we have construction level drawings, likely, you know, or I shouldn't say months, couple of months.
Well, I mean, you have a nice window schedule. As I saw all that, it's complete. But you know, in a kind of a project like this, we expect real details at full. I mean, at a typical scale of openings, doors and windows, and.
We have, Alex, if you keep going, we have the window schedule and door schedule.
It's excellent. It's very good. It's just like, you know, I tell you what, you can submit these drawings. I think that the county allows you to submit the drawings, but you need to get final and work out the details and come back again with a couple of pages of details, and then we can do the official final. But like right now, this will not slow you down. You can proceed. But we really, a project like this requires, more documentation. Okay.
Sophie, do you have any questions about what Alex is saying?
I don't, but I think that it would be, if you look on page 22, I just don't know if you saw this last time, which is the color board, the light fixture and the courtyard, the inner courtyard.
Yeah, no, I saw that. That's good. The light fixture, it shows a copper gutter system and so forth. It's just that the details really need to be more complete. This is not just a little single family residence. It is not just a small residence. It's an important project and it really needs better detail.
So, yeah, are those dark sky compliant light
I
fixtures?
think
They-
it has a picture.
Yeah.
They are, we talked to the manufacturer, Lights of Tuscany, and even though you see light bulbs in this one, the shroud, they have an LED that they can substitute that with. So it meets night sky compliance.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, look, so this will not slow you down, but you need to come back with the detailed pages.
So have you had a chance to review the landscape? Because we're trying to make sure we're synced up. If there's anything else we need on the landscape? That's
So,
full set of drawings. It is again a remodel and the majority of the project has giant oaks and giant cypress and eucalyptus throughout. So we're doing, some planting around the main house and all the irrigation is retrofit. So the drawings are complete on this, but we'll come back if we need to, I guess, to get it reviewed. I just wanted to make sure we've got enough.
did anything change really from, I think we saw the.
No, Chris, everything is exactly the same as what we showed before. We've just sized things and quantified things a little bit.
Let's leaf through this kind of quickly and.
That's the layout plan. That's the hydro zone plan. We've got a lot of existing lawn there. We are reducing the lawn. We've got a planting plan that has 3 blow-up sheets to kind of isolate it in our plant list. Middle area, ocean area. All those, most of those are existing trees to remain.
Okay, does that say lawn in the back? Is that what that is?
What's that, Chris?
It's an existing lawn. You're gonna have to move this, John.
Yes, the existing lawn that we're reducing,
Okay,
pulling it back off the bluff and putting in bluff type low water need grasses,
okay, next sheet. Lighting,
lighting, all down lighting. We're widening the gate for the fire department. We're using permeable pavers where need be and being very careful with the tree root systems. And that's Duke McPherson's arborist report. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
thanks.
so we'll return with this additional details, but we'll proceed on building department side per your direction.
Very good.
Okay,
Yeah, just
thank you.
architectural details only. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Moving to item C2, the T-Mobile Pier 2 facility at Via Los Santos in Goleta. Is the applicant here?
Yes, I am. This is Anil Chitnis.
Okay, very good. Yeah, look at the drawings online. They are pretty good. I mean, keep going. There's an elevation. There's a plan, and that's the elevation. It's not the greatest elevation. You do have some photo things that are incomplete, but acceptable, I guess.
The new file this morning.
What's that?
I got a new file this morning.
Oh,
But no, actually, what happened is, we already sent you this view, but if you look at page 2, it gives you the side view. So that's the front view. Yeah. So just to, if you wanted to see that, you have all angles.
that's fine. You're good. I just didn't have this file before when I looked at it. So-
Right.
So I think this is good to go. This will be all plastered to match the rest of the finishes, right? Is that right?
Correct. The fiberglass. Yes. If paint, everything would be matching.
Okay, that's good. Good. Okay, acceptable. All right. Let's move on to item number C3. The Chapala, Wolf, You had some comments mostly about landscaping.
Yes, I am here. Thank you, Alex. Bill Wolf, Civic Architects, Charlie Kelly with Gosnell is landscape architect. If you go to sheet number 34, PDF 34, that'll kind of kick us right into the landscape. And Charlie, are you there?
I think that, Bill, I think that they got separated out. The landscape is this separate file.
Oh, okay, there you go. L1. So Charlie, are you there? If not, essentially, there is one change I'll go over real quick. Owner wanted to, instead of a window off the front bedroom, he wanted to do a door there. And so we created a little flagstone patio. That half circular space has now got a patio and landscape in there. So that's a change. Charlie did revise the tree layout as you had requested. I think we had some larger trees that were sort of shoehorned in on the sides of the property, and he removed those and placed some citrus up there on the bottom, which would be the south side of the building, and removed some of the trees that had been on the north side up against that property line, and he ended up placing them in the back and the rear of the lot. So I don't remember all the minutes if you want to review those real quick, but I think the architecture was fine. I don't think you had any issue with that. It was really just the landscaping.
Yeah, Bill, I have the comments here. One of them was to confirm that the fire department is okay with limited access around the side of the house or create more navigable route. And it looks like
We do have a path now. If you go down the stairs on the south side, which is the bottom of the sheet, there's a flagstone path that leads around to the back side. It was there actually originally, but we just didn't notice it before. That's a pathway over there and leads to the back.
Is that it seems, I'm trying to remember, was that sloping down along the sides of the house?
It slopes down to the lower ADU. So there's a stairway, see stair down, that label there. That stairway is a slab on grade stair formed in concrete, takes you to the lower ADU level. Then from there, it's pretty level across to the rear of the yard. It is a slight slope, but fairly level from that ADU landing around to the backside. And then there's a slope, of course, from the rear patio down to the rear or west side of the property. So fairly level walkway there.
Okay, and that number 8 label, is that some kind of a drainage?
Yes, yeah, so we couldn't place the drainage area in the easement. There's an easement in the back there. We worked with waste treatment. I think it was Goleta Sanitary. They said don't put anything in there. So we had to pull that up out of that easement, and that's what that is. It's a rock garden with a retaining wall, and I believe he's got it planted out.
Okay,
With the proper plantings.
so let's just leaf through the landscape plans again. Do you have a grading plan?
We do. Joey Tosca did that. That might be in the, I had sent it as a big lump of drawings, so I don't know how it got separated, but it might be, it's somewhere in there. I could help you reference if I had the same drawing package, but
Okay, that was just one of our comments. Let's make sure the grading is.
yeah. Yeah, Joey Tosca had done the grading and drainage, obviously. It's probably been the back of these sheets, maybe. Can you view the thumbnails? We're pretty complete too. We've got all our details, of course, colors and light fixtures, and I think you'd reviewed all that already. Details.
And so you've updated the grading plan. I think there was some discrepancy between the landscape and grading.
We did, yeah. We had, after Charlie did his, I had Joey update that to meet match. Maybe got separated out.
I have civil.
Zero, yeah.
For a C sheet somewhere in there. There we go. Looks like it's still coming in the drawing.
I think you gotta go back and. There you go.
There we go. Yeah,
So, what is that? I think it's got,
he's not showing the walkway, but it's just to the uphill side or between the house and the swale is the walkway. At least in the back, but he's got kind of a rock riprap.
got it. Okay, well, it looks like they still kind of conflict, but, you know, all the pieces are there, so.
Yeah.
It's like the swales are right where the walkways are. But, you know, I mean, I think all the elements are there. You'll probably just be fooling around with it on site.
Yeah, I think there, I mean, it's a small path that leads between the house and the swale. So I think we're still missing it. He doesn't show it on his drawing, but
It's a landscape
it is there.
to the plan.
Sorry, Bill, this is Charlie. I just landed. Yeah,
Oh.
there's a path on the north side.
Sorry, there's what?
There is a pathway on the north side of the house.
You zoom
Right.
into the landscape there, it does show it on the landscape. They were, Charlie, they were asking about the swale and the placement of the walkway. I think it's all there. You showed on yours. Joey doesn't show the path on his, but
Yeah, we were asked before to show the path on the south side. And I went ahead and added a path on the north side as well.
So you're showing the swale and the path, right? And
No, it's south of the path.
he does, yes. If you zoom in,
Yeah,
whoever's
you gotta zoom in.
zoom into that south edge there. You can see both.
Okay, okay. So they're a little separated.
Vegetated swale there, below the pathway.
Okay, sounds good. I think we'll be fine with that.
Excellent.
Moving on, item C4.
Okay, great. So we have C4 Evoke Design Studio on Whitney Avenue.
Yep. Hi, this is Sean Lynch with Evoke Design.
Great. Let's see, two comments only. Board appreciates that areas are recessed, project ties in well with existing residents. We can go through the drawing quickly.
Any changes, Sean?
No, everything was consistent with the previous plan. We just updated just the drawings that coordinated with the structural. It's in the building department. So yeah, there was no major comments. So everything remains relatively the same.
Yeah, I looked through the details already. It seems acceptable.
Okay,
All right, very good.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a great day.
And then we have the last one is the C5 it's continued, right?
Yeah.
And C6 is the Crown Castle and University Drive. Is Jerry Ambrose here?
Hi, are you for C6 or C5?
C6.
C6, yeah, hi, my name is Brad. I'm from Crown Castle. I'll be filling in for Jerry today.
Great. So
How are you doing?
Good, good. Let's see. We have basically only one comment.
Yeah, it was just the color of the antenna. And so if you go to, I believe it's sheets 9 and 10, you guys had requested it be repainted a silver gray to blend with the skyline. And so we've added those notes, revised the photo sim.
Okay. All right. Seems like it's done. So we cross it out. Okay, very good. Thank
Okay,
you.
wonderful. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay. So,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the consent calendar.
all right, thank you, Mr. Peugeot. Let's start the SBAR meeting of November 18th, beginning with item number 1, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda for today? If so, please raise your hand or step forward. All right. See no hands. Item number 2, agenda status report. David?
The only change to today's agenda was that item C5 is continued. So there's no action. We don't need an action on that. I can just re-agendize it when they're ready.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Item 3, reviewing the minutes from November 4th.
Need to abstain, since I was-
Okay.
So, okay, so let's see. So should we go to 1? 1 seems fine, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
1 and 2 are fine.
Okay.
We can zoom out a little bit so we can.
So, yeah. I think C means that the elevations are hard to read and have extraneous information that makes it hard to understand. Something like that, right? I mean,
Right, is Alex here today?
I am.
There we go.
hi, Alex.
Hello.
And you do something with C.
Yeah, they are hard to read and have extraneous information.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, elevations, they have extraneous information that make them hard to read. Please simplify. Yeah, something like that. And then D, does it reflect to the retaining walls height or the number of retaining walls? Do you remember?
I don't. Trying to remember what the project is. So the board appreciates the reduction in retaining walls. What's the address? Can you go up just a little bit? Weedy Orange Grove, which we've seen a bunch of times. Can't remember. I don't know, but we appreciated it. We know that.
Yeah. Consider alternative roof form for porch and right.
No, F,
Yeah,
so the front elevation requires further study. I would say further study to simplify the architecture.
okay. You get that, Alex?
Simplify the architecture instead of clean up.
Yep.
Then proportion, let's see, study window proportions and style. And styles to be consistent.
Yeah, I think there were more, right? But, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, consider aligning columns between first and second stories.
I wouldn't say consider, I would say align columns
Yeah.
between first and second story.
Yeah.
Study.
Study eliminating the deck off the second floor landing. Oh, it's the same.
Yeah, so I made a comment about the size, bulk, and scale. I'm not sure if it, because it is kind of a, this is the one with where the garage is 4 feet lower than the house.
Right.
And I think it looks pretty bulky. I think it's
Still,
close to 26, 30, close to 30 feet on one side. And the plate heights are high, and they didn't board the ceilings because they couldn't. The roofs don't have a relationship with the rooms below, so they couldn't bolt the ceilings. I think there's a comment about
just add the first one, style and landscaping are acceptable, but
massing is still somewhat excessive.
I would take out somewhat.
All right, very good.
Okay. Anything else on 3? Nope, number 4. So for item D, study alternatives to garage. Anybody remember that? Josh?
The location of the garage?
I don't know if it was, I mean, we didn't say eliminate the garage.
No. I think what happens is the site is steep, so it has to slope it to a certain.
Oh,
degree.
actually, I think that was my comment. I think it was study the possibility of lowering the garage.
We can.
to
It's already-
reduce-
It's already so steep. That's-
It wasn't that, didn't look that steep though.
Yeah, okay. all right.
So, I mean, if it is, then they won't do anything, but it seemed like, at least from the
Okay.
sections, it looked like it was still kind of gentle, slow.
So study alternative to lower the garage.
Before, I think that's, study the possibility of lowering the garage to reduce fill and need for tall retaining walls. It's kind of an if possible
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
It was the second one that I had the comment about the garage. It was more about.
Yeah, style,
Architectural character.
right. Consider any study ways to soften. It's already like. Consider different material for them.
And making the drawing of the sections, I will delete the word if possible.
Yeah.
Because all we're asking is for the applicant to make the drawing longer, I mean, basically, make the section longer.
Sorry, which comment was that?
And F, eliminate the last if possible.
Well, let's keep, so we can see the project. There we go.
Okay. I agree with that one. Are we okay?
Pretty much the same. Is there anything about the garage?
Oh, the second one, okay.
Garage elevation approved start from street view restudy. No. Yeah. I think that's good. Number 6.
So, no, I think what we, there was something else that we decided on mistakes. If I remember, the solution was to have the 2 side walls in the shingles,
Yeah.
and then have 2 equal columns in the center, so it creates 3 bays, but
Right.
the 4 columns, there will not be 4 equal columns. It will be
Right.
two equal columns in the center, and 2 short walls at each end, about 24 inches or so, in shingles, with the shingles. And
So.
I think that was what we
Yeah,
agreed.
And they agreed too. So column solution is not resolved. I guess center column is weak. There should, the
No.
2 outer columns should be wrapped in shingles and the 2 inner columns.
It's not wrapped in shingles, Maybe we should say it should have 4 supports,
No, but
two short walls on the ends and 2 columns in the center, in the middle. I mean, just wrapping the column. I mean, it should be a little wall.
No, but it is a 2-foot wall on each side.
Oh.
In shingles, we talked about it. haven't we?
Yeah.
So the 2 outer columns are 24 by 24 inch wrapped in shingles, and the 2 inner columns can be lesser?
Yeah, no, what he had just regular wood columns in the center.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, do you get that, Alex?
So I should have 4 columns, 2 outer columns should be wrapped in shingles and 2 inner columns should be what?
No. The two supports will be short walls in shingles, and in the center will be 2 wood columns.
What are the short walls you're talking about? You're talking about height.
Oh, sure, excuse me, the width.
Oh,
It's 24
Yeah.
inch, 24-inch walls on each end, and 2 regular columns in the center. I think
Yeah,
that's
so 2 24-inch by 24-inch shingle wrapped columns for the 2 outside walls or columns, and then the 2 interior can be just wood columns. Or something that sounds better than that.
Oh, move this on.
okay.
Out of order.
Right, number 7.
You're out of order.
Yeah, 7 looks good.
Excellent work.
Well, 7 on C, it says restudy formal hedge to make it more naturalized or make it appear more naturalized. That's important.
Okay. Great.
It's still on 8. It's not that the antenna equipment appears excessively large, right? It's not the project itself.
The proposed antenna
Antenna
appears excessively.
instead of appears, it is excessively large.
Yeah.
That was the one with 15 feet with 3 feet by, like a cylinder with 3 feet, right? Wasn't that 3 or 4 feet diameter?
Yeah. Yeah, it was huge and like 15
huge.
feet tall. I'd say add D to the end of A. Project, or in the middle, project, whatever we said, project is excessively, tower is excessively large, minimize size to the maximum extent feasible, study alternatives, including architectural elements.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Number 9. 9 looks good.
Kind of is, okay. All right. The last one.
Wait, go back to 10 real quick. Just to be clear, item B, the board is concerned that the proposed prunus trees along the fence line do not have sufficient space to be planted or to grow.
And then still need to make it more, demonstrate viability of screening.
Yeah.
In part,
Do not have sufficient space to be planted or grow, is that what you said?
and then
And then prunus trees, PRUNUS.
And what was the second part?
eliminate the first 2 words and start with demonstrate viability of screening in parking. So with that, I make a motion to approve the revised comments.
Okay. We have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Abstain.
1 abstention. Okay, moving on, SBAR members informational briefings, item 4.
You have a few?
I have to leave at noon-ish.
Okay.
And do we have any other conflicts? Because that's only gonna leave 4 people.
No, I can stay.
What's your last item?
I don't know. Depends on,
Go pass your move.
Yeah, probably, I mean, it's already 10:35.
So
We'll get through 3, maybe 4. Okay, well, let's get
Okay.
into it.
I have some comments. Yeah, so I'd like to mention this, like, we have the ability to review items online in the folders before the meeting. Like, for instance, today, there is it had something like, it's a project with a very nicely done development that has 150 pages. And I kind of went through them, and this is something that it behooves all of us to pay a little bit of attention before the hearing and go through this project. So we spend time where it's necessary. And otherwise, we don't have the ability to go over plans. Remember how we used to do it before? We split the plans and people will start looking at different areas at the same time. We don't have that ability anymore. So I will ask all of us to spend time before the hearing, looking at the drawings, so we're ready to with our comments. We look at the comment letters and we're ready to go. And that's what I wanted to say.
I agree. Yeah, please review the projects before the meeting. All right, what else? I think that's it, right? Anybody else have anything? No? Okay, moving on. Staff update.
Nothing from me, Alex.
Nothing for me either.
Also, it'd be nice to know who's not going to be at the meeting before the meeting. I don't know if Kaylee or Robert had reached out and let us know that, but yesterday. Okay. Anyway, please let us know as soon as possible if you're not going to make a meeting. All right, moving on then to the regular agenda, starting with item number 1, which we had a site visit for this morning, hence the late start. And this is
Chris, have you guys voted on the consent agenda?
no. Wanted to. Oh, it's not shown on the okay. So anyway, Alex, do you want to?
Oh, yeah, I make a motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Item 6, item 1, excuse me, it's actually, I'm sorry, let me start again. The motion is to approve items 2, 3, 4, and 6 as submitted, and to continue item number 1 for the applicant to provide full architectural details.
Okay, I'll second that. And all those.
Can you just verify, do we have any public comment? There was someone who may have provided comments on C2. I'm not sure if that ended up coming in, but.
I don't. Oh, no public comment. Okay, so all those in favor, ratifying the consent agenda? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now moving on. Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Moving on to item 1, the Resiliency Trust new dwelling request of Natalie Aragno, agent for Resiliency Trust, for further conceptual review and preliminary approval of a new 7,000 square foot residence, 3-car garage, and cabana and associated retaining walls, hardscaping, landscaping, and driveway improvements. This is located at 395 Asegra Road in Summerlin. Last heard December 3rd of 2021. And we have the applicants here. Please, gentlemen, step forward to the table, grab a microphone, Puck over here. Dave will take care of that. And then in the meantime, we'll read through the comments from last time. Style is appropriate, provide site sections to help depict how project is integrated into the site and the extent of grading. Provide landscape plan showing existing and proposed landscaping along with any trees proposed for retention or removal. Provide additional photos to show greater context. Site visit is required, which we did today. So your names for the record, please.
Okay, I'm William Hefner. Myself, Bob Irvine, Mark Koskowski, and Natalie Arano, who's on Zoom, are the architects for the project.
Right. Hello. So we will give you about 10 minutes to go ahead and present, show us what's different, and walk us through the
Okay.
project.
If we could start with the site plan, please, and the site.
Which is sheet number 8 on the PDF we provided.
Wrong project.
Yes.
Yeah, this seems to be the wrong project. Oh yeah, you were there. Okay, perfect.
Try.
Oops.
Okay, and first, thank you to the board members who came to the site today. I hope it was helpful to see that. Yes, we're back here for preliminary, asking for preliminary approval. We've met with the board December of last year, presented it. Since that time, we've worked with the owners on design revisions and worked with the planning staff on a series of changes to try to reduce the impact of the project that way. We're proposing a new home on the site of an existing 1-bedroom house. It's a courtyard building that is sitting on an existing pad. We're grading the pad down to create a step for the house, and we're also removing soil for crawl space under the whole house as well. We're proposing a new pool cabana on the southern portion of the site. I have the site model to see which the people who came to the site saw, but I'll point out kind of where the structures are on the model.
You're gonna hold that up, Lola?
Maybe we'll tip it like this. There. So there's an existing driveway that wraps the site this way. There's an existing barn, agricultural structure here. This is the existing pad. This is the location of the pool cabana, where there's an existing kind of yoga building that's on the site here. It's a 1-story home. It's a flat roof. Changes since we've seen you before are we've made the roof flat. Before there was more volume and height than that. We intended to reduce the visibility of the structure and keep it more low slung. And we are proposing some retaining walls along the east side of the property. When we presented before, I think there was concern from the board about if this was visible or not from the road or environments, which it's mostly tree covered on the downhill slope, and we intend to also plant around this wall. The structure is circled around the courtyard, and we have an entry that comes up, which is also one of the fire department turnarounds. There's one required here and one required down in the lower driveway. Garage and an office wing of the house. The internal courtyard keeps the house light and allows for circulation. At this end of the house are the public rooms like a den, a great room, and a kitchen. And along this side, the primary bedroom, and on this side, secondary bedroom. So that's kind of the simple layout of the house. It's 1-story. It's conceived as a rammed earth structure, so it's going to be done in colors using soil from the site, so the color will sort of blend in with that. And we're planning on wood windows as well. The back, we're sloping down to where there's a pool and pool structure. It's about 9 feet lower than the house, and it's sort of built on an existing kind of dirt road that's in that area. We're leaving preliminary screening on the side here where the road wraps around the project, and on the downhill we're leaving plant as well. The owners really like the views, the way you sort of through the trees to see the views, and that's how we're trying to keep it. And I think we are asking for you to allow us to have 2 portions of the buildings stick outside the envelope of the required height envelope of the house, which are this sort of portion of the master, which we'll show you in the primary bedroom, which we'll show you in a moment, and also a corner of the pool cabana as well. it accounts for less than like 2.38% of the roof area. It's like 303 square feet of that we're asking for now. That allows us to do less grading on the site, saves almost 1,000 cubic yards of grading from what we previously proposed, and that's what we're working on staff with. And then, Natalie, do you want to review any details on the drawings that we could show? We could show a site section or two here, maybe.
Sure, we can maybe go, if you could go to the, let's see, sheet number 12 and 13. We can show you the site section and exactly.
Just give us a second here.
Sure.
You know, you have a page number for that?
Yes, sheet number 12.
12, okay.
Here. So this first section is showing a transversal section through the garage and the office volume. So you can see the natural grade is the lower red dotted line, and then the 16 feet offset maximum height is shown also in red. So I think just a small portion of the office roof is sticking out from that 16 feet, but just a few inches. And you can also understand that the retaining wall we have, I mean, I can't really read the numbers, but I believe the lower retaining wall is about, thank you, is 6 feet, but the upper ones are lower, so we don't have railing there. This section is a section through the master suite and other bedroom, and also the courtyard in the center. So again, it's mostly on the east side that the roof is poking through that 16 feet maximum, but the maximum we're going is 14-inch higher than 16 feet. So 7, basically at the worst case scenario, it's 17, 2 inches from natural grade. And again, only for 2.38% of the roof area. So then this is also showing the retaining wall on the east side. And we have a 6-foot retaining wall in the center, 4 foot at the bottom, and 30-inch at the top. And all these walls obviously will be planted, and the intention is to not see them, obviously.
Significant planting downhill of them as well. So
Where's the material of those walls? We know yet?
Natalie, material of those walls?
It's probably a stucco, you know, integral color stucco.
That would be like a match for the house or something we'd be trying to.
Right.
Yeah, we can keep moving.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, I think in terms of the transverse, actually the longitudinal section is also interesting. That bottom section on this page is showing up, yeah, that lower one, right? Is showing how we're basically grading, you know, just well, at the living room level, we're pretty much on grade on the natural grade level. And we're just keep the house pretty much level. We're grading a little bit in front of the garage and in that courtyard, but we are well under, for most of the house, well under the height limit. The living room is actually 15 foot 9 inches from the existing grade. And then going down to the pool house there. Okay. So this is pretty much it for the site section. Do we want to look at the material palette?
Yeah, that. Yeah, and elevations, they said.
Okay, okay. So maybe just, if you don't mind, do you have, it's a separate file, but just to show you the palette, if you could look at the rendering first maybe, and then there's a rendering at the bottom and the material board. Yeah. So this rendering is a view showing, taken at an angle in the backyard, which is the south portion of the lot, showing the pool cabana on that left side, and then the house, living room area and kitchen on that right side. So this is kind of the palette of material, the ram doors, the wood doors and windows, and wood cladding in some areas. It also shows the existing trees on the side and throughout the property. I mean, there's a lot of trees. So that's kind of the overall design intent. And if you go to the material board, so on the upper left corner is the ram doors color and texture desired. The wood siding, portion, like the bedroom suite,
Bedroom, yes.
yeah, will be wood siding. The living room, the more public area, are the ram doors. And basically this is showing you the overall palette. The exterior deck is a limestone. Again, windows are wood windows.
Okay. So can we go to the elevations and go through the elevations last?
Okay, so
10-minute mark. So
It was the 10-minute mark.
so let's try and
14
Okay.
seconds. Elevation.
okay, so page 21, 22, you can see the elevations,
You can blow those up, yeah.
right? So that's pretty much showing you, which area have wood siding versus ram doors area.
Western, or I'm sorry, that's the eastern exposure.
Mm-hmm.
This is the view from the auto court. That's
That's
elevation when you come in. This is the southern view out of the great room and the kitchen. This is the eastern side, western side of the house. So
right.
garage on the far left. So, okay.
Right.
Thank you. Sorry to go over.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Good, thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah, what's the roof material?
The roof material, we will have solar panels covering much of the roof, but it's will be a like a what's a proprietary name? PVC. Yeah, PVC type of roof membrane,
Colors,
like a light gray.
light gray.
Mhm.
And the solar panels then, do those affect the, overall height as far as
I
the
think they're
16
exempt.
foot?
They're exempt, yeah. But they do usually put them at 10, 15 degrees, so that you will, I don't know.
Wait.
Our intent is to see them. We've talked to they'll have short brackets, like 5-6 inch kind of angle to them. So
Maybe keep them in from the edges a little bit.
yes, because we don't want to see them.
So I think we want to see those on the plan.
Okay, we'll do a layout next time.
Other
Okay.
questions?
If you want to take a quick look at the landscape.
Yeah, do you have a landscape plan, right?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
I think when we walked, we spoke about our intent there is to transition make the landscape go back more to a native palette. It has a lot of tropical plantings, bamboo and palms and ferns and that. And so we want to return it more to a native landscape, and we will relocate some of the special palm elements and other aspect of the site.
Is there a plan in there?
The landscape file is a separate file. It's not part of this one.
I have a question. What was the rationale again for using flat roof?
You don't see the project from above, and we felt that it was giving there's a lot of sort of profile to it and height in places, because we had a mix of pitched and flat roofs, and it started looking busy, and it seemed like simpler and blended more in with the trees and that if we struck a flat profile to it. So all the eaves are wood, the fascia and the underside are all wood, so they'll blend in with the landscape.
Should we rotate these?
That's
they're okay.
That's okay. Yeah. Because it'll be bigger at this size. So that shows the landscape plan. Do you want to go speak to it for a moment, Mark?
Yeah, the committee saw that there was the site is heavily planted with mature trees, and they're mostly imported ornamentals. There's no existing native trees or protected trees that are going to be disturbed. There's really only a couple of oaks on the perimeter. The only trees that
not of this site, but of the whole site, right?
Right. The areas in color are really the only areas that are going to be replanted, and a lot of it is going to be understory shrubs, Ceanothus, manzanita, and a lot of other natives that we're going to be bringing back, like William just said. There's additional tree planting that we will be using for screening, and we're going to be introducing the California peppers, olives, and other like California sycamores.
Are you gonna add some oaks? You're bringing oaks back?
Yes,
we are.
And how are you gonna plant the retaining walls?
The retaining walls are spaced and with a fairly level area in between.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to cover those walls both from views from the house and from below.
Right, and what plants are you using?
Oh, Ceanothus, coffee berry, mostly all natives, but they would be about 3 to 4 feet high.
Mhm.
And on the base of the wall, we would be planting larger shrubs, toyon, more of the evergreens, the Ruslansia. So I think we'll be getting that more of that native palette in.
What is that in the upper right? Is that some kind of
garden, vegetable garden?
That's an area that's a corral at the moment, which we didn't see when we toured the site, but it's an existing corral area.
All right, where are we? Other questions? Oh, maybe just, you have more landscape sheets, I think.
This shows the trees that are being removed. The red X's, if you zoom in on the house, we're really trying to limit the amount of trees that are being removed, and our client has the same idea of just keeping almost every tree that's on site that's possible to keep. The only trees outside of the footprint are palm trees, and we're looking at relocating or just removing them.
Anything else for the landscape? Good. Okay. Back. More questions, anyone? Okay. Public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. See no hands, and so will.
There should be, Chris, there should be a letter from Summerlin BAR, I think.
I don't see it.
David, did you get, I was told maybe you had gotten something.
I can pull it up.
And also just to bring your attention, there is a memo from the planner, Steve, who's also available, but essentially just going over the height exceedance.
I can see it when I looked at it. What's your password?
That's excellent. Let's see. Once you start, if you make your comments, I can go see if I can.
Okay, so comments, Ms. Frosher.
Well, the site visit was real informative, as they always are, and I agree with the thoughtful direction you've taken of dividing between amount of grading and a small amount of height exceedance and the flat roofs. I do believe in this particular site, they're going to minimize its presence to all the neighboring areas that you can see from. So I'm supportive of that. And I think it's very thoughtfully done. So.
Okay. John?
Well, I have to disagree with Valerie a little. I think your space planning is really good in, the handling of the courtyard with sliding doors. And that's going to be really a wonderful space. But it seems to me that the elevations, frankly, are just not very interesting. I think that it seems like a lost opportunity to me. The building, the house doesn't reflect a California rural character, which it seems like it's just a missed opportunity. And I suppose it's the flat roof that I'm coming up on. And I think it sort of made a much more interesting building by playing with the volumes more. I mean, I know you have a height restriction, and but we accept some intrusion into that sometimes in the interest of good architecture. So I feel in one sense excited about it and disappointed in another sense. I think the elevations are ordinary.
Right, thank you, John. Let's pause for a moment on comments, and we can all, I'm not going to read through all of them, but we can read through on your own.
I didn't see this.
Yeah, this wasn't in the file when I looked at it on Wednesday.
This is fresh. Everything's too fresh today. Another one for I don't know.
So you have, is this accurate? You have 3,400 cubic yards of cut and 3,100 cubic yards of fill. That sound about right?
Not anymore.
That was that's when we first submitted, but this current version that's before you, we
have the new numbers.
We have a new number in this package, right? Natalie?
Yes, it should be on the project information sheet number 2. But basically now we have 2,500 cubic yard of cut and 2,200 cubic yard of fill with an export of 300 cubic yard. So we reduced the cut and fill by about 900 cubic yard.
Let's just go back to the comments, David. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
How tall is the glass in the great room? What's the height of the big?
13 feet.
13 feet.
13.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot,
Yeah,
comments?
I like the design. I think it fits the site. I like the way the applicants treated the existing landscaping and the way they proposed to enhance it. From below, what you see, the underside of the leaves, that's what you see. And it's wood, and I like the long overhangs help. They shield the glass and they create the shadows. I appreciate the materials used. I support this project.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer.
terms of neighborhood compatibility, I think I find it compatible with the neighborhood. Architectural style is compatible. The massing and the siting, the way it's sited, I think is appropriate. I think it's good use of the existing site. I appreciate the balanced grading and the minimization of the grading. Couple minor comments. I would study the retaining wall system to see if there's ways to break it up a little bit more. Seems a little linear. Just I think kind of to try and deformalize the character of it a bit in a rural setting. It's nice to break it up more. To the architecture comments from John, and you know, I had two different reactions to the house. Looking at the elevations as presented, you know, they don't really quite convey what I see in the physical model. So
Right.
I really appreciate seeing that. I think there's more detail. Like the little square punched windows throughout the project. Normally it'd be kind of an oddity, but I think the way they're being used in the rammed earth areas of the project seems like a great way to puncture that that kind of mass of kind of that material. So I like the way they're being used in conjunction with that rammed earth material, which is going to have a depth and a thickness and a quality to it. And I assume that they're going to be kind of like punched openings. I can see that throughout. So it's nice. Actually, as a rule, I would kind of think about maybe not doing that where you have the wood siding, but that's up to the architect. I kind of like the vertical windows in the wood siding and the more punchy stuff in the it's kind of scattered throughout. So I think it's just a matter of understanding the material and the depth and the shadow and shading that comes and goes in this project. And I think that just the way the drawing is, you just don't get that full effect, but I can see it there. So I rather like it, but I would comment on one thing on the roof. I'm kind of hoping to see a deeper eave, especially on elevation 1 on sheet, whatever, doesn't have a sheet number, but it feels like it could fly out a little bit more. I don't know if you guys have, I'm assuming at this point you've done some solar studies and looking at how much light's hitting those glass panes, but I think it would be kind of neat to see it fly out a little bit more. But again, that's probably getting out of my lane here, because I think generally it's just an excellent project with excellent design and real professional skill. So, you know, I certainly wouldn't hold you up for any of those comments. Just I would say study those things, study the eave depth, study the landscape walls, the retaining walls specifically, and come back and try and maybe convey more of the material quality in the elevations. I think that there's, you know, the rendering really helps too.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
I do actually kind of like the simplicity and the straightforwardness of it, and letting the materials do the work. I think that's actually a wonderful opportunity.
Particularly with the rammed earth, which is such a beautiful material.
Yeah,
and so natural.
I think it should be noted that that's not a cheap way to do a house.
No,
So,
it's not, but it's
in terms of
beautiful.
a gift to the neighborhood or to the you know, owners, it's my hats off to really going for it by doing something spectacular like that, and it's gonna age well and feels like it could be a real classic look. It's nice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I don't have much more to add, just a few things. I think, you know, if it's good to hear that the client wants to keep the sort of screening, if you will, around the house, because if it wasn't for that, I would say the courtyard would be contentious here because you're pushing out to the outer edges of the ridge. And so I hope that's a long-term commitment to keep that vegetation. Beyond that, I think Josh's comment about the retaining walls is a good one, to try and naturalize those a little bit more. Maybe even consider, you know, Santa Barbara stone, or at least a color that's, you know, more natural. And beyond that, as far as the landscape's really nice, nice plan. I would reconsider using peppers. They're a high fire tree, and also sycamores, maybe. I mean, sycamore is kind of a riparian zone, and to have them up on a ridge was not really in a natural, something you wouldn't see typically, I guess.
You'd see the oaks.
Yeah, and so I would, yeah, consider more oaks as opposed to those two species. But otherwise, I think you're on the right track, and you've heard a lot of good comments here. I think as far as John's comment goes about the elevations, I just don't think you really see those elevations until you're standing next to them, except for maybe entering into the motor court area. So,
Well, and I think if John had come to the site, you might feel differently too, because you really look at it from below. And
I didn't read. I was here at 9 o'clock. all by myself.
well, yeah, I think there's a certain lightness to the architecture that I think is befitting of the site, and I think that's a really strong point here.
I wanted to add to, when you come back, can you make a more careful accounting of specimen trees and what's being removed and retained? The thing that caught my eye was the coastal oak, I'm sorry, coastal pine. Is that right?
Araucaria, this is Araucaria, but
Oh, the
Spain.
Araucaria?
Yeah, but then there was a big
yeah,
stone pine.
like
is that right?
star pine maybe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the star pine. But you talked about the oaks. There's some really nice
big
trees that are kind of getting ambushed by the invasive kind of bamboo and tropical planting. And I know you guys are trying to make a good attempt to pull that back to kind of a more natural look. And I think that's another positive thing on the site, but just make sure we understand what's going on there.
Right, and also, you probably had the fire department look at the roadways and such, but they're also going to want to get a look at the planting. It's tough to screen the house and be fire safe with new trees and shrubs. So keep that in mind as you move forward on the landscape
you
design,
screen.
the planting design.
We will.
Yeah, was avocados fire safe or what?
I don't think they're going to be a huge fire issue. They're pretty loose and open. So I think it's more about,
pines and
yeah, there's like that big, huge eucalyptus. I mean, stay or does that go?
Owners really like it.
They like it? Correct. Well,
That's the fire department like.
yeah,
And we'll find out. We'll find out.
it's because it's such a densely planted site, you're gonna
A
have
tree, yeah.
fire department have a look at it, and
Okay,
you might end up getting different feedback from that.
yes.
So, thank you, gentlemen.
Best not to get
Oh,
that
right.
feedback too late in this process.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what we're trying to say.
We've had them look at things once before, so we'll have to do it now that we're farther along.
So,
That's agendized for.
Yeah, they
action
were
or
for
not?
yeah,
preliminary.
we're here for, oh,
We're here for a preliminary approval.
you are here for preliminary.
Which is the thing of, is it's that way, I mean, I hear comments about landscaping more than anything else. I mean, I can see how the landscape may change once it
Yeah.
goes to the fire review.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I'm unclear.
Yeah.
well, I mean, it sounds like from most of the, if not all the board is okay with the layout of the buildings and most everything else.
I also see a desire of the owner to screen the property, so they cannot use one kind of tree to install another. I hope.
Right.
With that assumption, I will move for the preliminary approval with the comment that the landscape, the screening landscape to remain or to be substituted, it not as feasible.
Okay, and okay, I mean,
And
they
with
can-
also the comment on the extension of the overhangs, I think that's a good comment. The longer the overhangs, I think the more shadows.
Yeah. The better for the,
Any other comment?
to work on the site retaining walls.
I thought that was a
Break them up.
too.
Dark color would be good too.
Yes.
and if you're gonna make a motion for preliminary, I would say return to full board for final.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of
Yes.
these potential
Yeah.
changes.
So,
And the height exceedance is acceptable
yes.
in this motion.
Because it's minimal, I think the area is less than 300 square feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very small.
minimal. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Now you go.
Yeah.
Second by Val. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Thank you very much.
all. I
Thank you.
appreciate the comments too. It's thoughtful. It's good.
All right, moving on, item number 2. Isla Vista Owner LLC partial residential demo, request of Hyun Bai Cho, agent for Eric Nelson, care of Isla Vista Owner LLC, for conceptual review of demolition of a portion, about 309 square feet of the existing residence, demolition of the first and second floor decks, construction of 93 square feet to the existing residence, and interior remodel.
Mr. Chair, this is a simplification, something that we would see on consent, but if we can make it really short, I think it's really.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so do we have an applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Hyun-Bae Cho from Sherry and Associate Architect.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you just give us the real quick and dirty lowdown?
Yeah, removing a few feet from the back because it's falling and replacing it. That's really what they're doing.
Yeah, Joe, can you just run us through this very briefly?
Yeah, sure. This project is really straightforward because the existing structure is only plus minus 10 feet from the block line. So we simply cut the south side of the building to make a plus minus 22 feet from the existing block line. And A1.0, please.
Oh, A1.0.
No, okay, all right. I'm going too fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna cut the south side of the building, lower level and upper level. This is a 2-story single family residence. Next page, please. Yeah, we cut the building to make a distance 22 plus minus 22 feet from the block line and adding new cantilever to stairway at the south side. And at the north side, there is like a abandoned space at east of the existing laundry area. So we convert that portion of outdoor space into new closet for the bedroom number 1.
Okay.
Yeah, next page.
So,
yeah, this is the elevation, new existing elevation. And next.
Yeah, that's the
elevation. And next. Yeah, we cut the south portion of the building.
Okay, I think that's good, Joe. So questions from the board? No questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? See no one in the audience. Comments from the board?
I think it's a perfectly legitimate proposal. I would like to move it to preliminary and final on consent.
I'll second
Right.
that.
Falling over.
Yeah, that's a good photo right there.
Okay, so yes, you're all set.
We need to vote.
No, we don't.
No,
Oh, that's right, sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I got
prelim,
carried away.
prelim.
Second a concept.
so prelim final on consent when you're ready, Joe.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Item number 3, ROIC California exterior alterations, request of Paul Poirier, architect for ROIC California LL, probably C. For conceptual review. For conceptual review of exterior improvements to an existing commercial suite, including new surface materials and finishes, new doors and windows, and new bollards and chain enclosure for the patio area. Following structures, this is at Magnolia Shopping Center, located at 5110 Hollister Avenue. Do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Just Paul Poirier is here representing the project.
Hey, hi, Paul. If you can give us, okay, we have.
Yeah, basically we're upgrading the barbecue over there where Woody's used to be. And on the end here, there's basically 3 bays of storefront. And our proposal is to do 2 bays of overhead door roll up, garage door sectional with glass, and 1 bay of, if you go to the next sheet, a 2.1.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the site plan. We can go here too. There's an existing patio as shown here with no changes, with some existing landscaping that has no changes. And we'll be putting up a little 36-inch pipe and chain to go around to designate our ABC area for serving beer outside. Here, if you go to where door 1 is over on the right, that will be a new Conair storefront in the existing bay. It has some funky Woody's etched glass. We'll just be putting in clear glass in that bay. The next 2 bays down where door 2 and 3 are, those will be overhead door company, glazed sectional partition doors. Door 4, 5, 6, and 8 will also be a sectional overhead door with glass in it so that we'd be able to open the whole dining area up to these outside patios to the south and to the west. And we'll be replacing the main doors that go in. They're kind of these big, heavy wood doors with a Conair storefront pair of doors there in where door 7 is on the west side. And then we're proposing to use some other colors that are already in the shopping center over at the Ralph's to lighten up the look of the outside of the building. We're keeping the same gutter color, which is that Armagnac color. And the rose tan built color is going to be used on the left side of the main elevation, the next one down. And we have the tables and chairs there. There's the bollard we're going to use with the chain. And if you go to the last sheet, it'll show a rendering of what the new deal would look like.
Which file?
I think it's in the plans, conceptual. Is there another sheet beyond that sheet? There it is. So the whitish color is a color in the existing center that's used over at Ralph's. And we'd like to paint the pieces of CMU between the roll-up doors that color up until, if you look at the west entrance view, up until the point where the last roll-up door is. So currently these masonry elements have been covered with kind of a T111 siding and painted a funky brown color. And there's other weird boxes and things on the outside. We're going to clean all of that up and just make it so that there's this sort of transparent storefront that can be open during most operation hours so that the outside dining blends with the inside dining on both the west and the south sides. We're not changing the roof. We're not adding any square footage. We're just mostly changing the 6 doors and the colors of the pilasters between those doors.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul. Questions from the board?
No.
That sign's existing, right?
That's temporary, it looks like.
Temporary sign or?
Well, we approve a sign program, this shopping center, anyway.
Yeah. Can you go, we did, right? That's a good point. Can we go back to the renderings, please? Just a quick question, Paul, on the upper left, the west entrance, where does your tenant end? Is there, I was just looking at that big blank wall on the left side. Is that?
Yeah, that's where the kitchen is. It ends near where that masonry pilaster is. There's 2 of them on the left there. The one to the right, I think, is near where the end of the actual space is.
Okay, are you planning any signage on that west side?
Well, signage will be under a separate permit. So even the sign that we have shown isn't exactly what we're proposing. That's just kind of a placeholder on the rendering at this point.
Okay, so I guess the question would be, did you consider doing anything to that big blank wall?
This one here?
Yeah. It's just so stark. I don't know. Just a question.
Yeah, no, we didn't really.
Okay.
Our deal is 21 feet from the roll-up door, so it maybe doesn't go all the way over to the pilaster. It's about where your cursor is. Would be where our demising wall is. So part of that would be part of the adjacent tenant space.
Okay, no worries. Any other questions? Is there anyone from the, did I already go through that? Public comment?
Good morning. Can the board and Paul hear me? This is Alina Covarrubias with ROIC.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. So Paul, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to chime in on a couple points. The color palette and choice of furniture proposed, we're still working with the tenant and Paul to revise those. That color schedule is not exactly what has been in place at the center, but not too far off. But I understand this is a conceptual review, but just wanted to make the board aware that we're still working with tenant to get it to a place where landlord approves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, we'd like to get final if it's possible, because we're in plan check for this thing and we'd love to get
well, you're only
completed.
We're only agendized for conceptual, so we can't even give you. But we'll see.
Anything you can do to expedite is just continuous to the next meeting.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. So there's no public.
Consent.
Is there anyone? Comments from the board?
I think it's a great project. I like the way it opens up the building. It seems like a really great improvement. I think it's fine.
I agree.
I
Good idea.
missed the T111.
No, you know, sad to see that go, but
No,
so
good. Can I come back to preliminary, final on consent?
everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
There you
Hey,
go.
Paul, have you submitted for your permit yet? Your zoning?
Yes. Yes.
You won't be able to come back until like that has been sort of ready to go.
Right, get a planner memo.
Yeah, we haven't got that planner memo.
Oh, talk to your planner.
Just coordinate whenever you get an assigned planner, just coordinate with them.
I'm not even sure we have a planner assigned yet.
Well, you guys will work that out. We got to move ahead.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 4, Hickman Residential Addition, request of Joe Flynn, agent for architect, for Chip Hickman, for conceptual review and preliminary approval of an addition of 466 square feet to the existing residence. No real grading, less than 50 cubic yards, located at 5098 Rocoso Way in Goleta. Is the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, this is Joe Flynn, architect for the project.
Oh, hi, Joe. Looks like another sort of minor addition, if you want to walk it quickly.
Sure. Yeah, pretty simple proposal. There's a addition basically towards the street facing portion of the home. There's a site plan. So lower left corner of the house, we're proposing to add on to the home there, basically to increase the size of the bedrooms, which were really lacking in size. They were just too small for the owner's expanding family. We've also enclosed or captured some space in the back right portion of the home, which really isn't visible from either University Drive or Rocoso. This is a corner lot, by the way, as you could tell from the site plan. So those are the two additions. There was an enclosed garage, lower right-hand side of the plan. It was a legally converted garage. It's currently a living space. The proposal is for an ADU conversion, so that will be a separate, excuse me, accessory dwelling unit. The other proposal with this is to introduce this kind of pass-through driveway. So currently the entrance to the driveway is from University Drive. The owner has made this an important part of his proposal due to the fact that it's a bit unsafe to kind of go in and out from University Drive, which can be quite busy. So the proposal is to create a pass-through driveway for safety, for visibility, and just basically ease of access to go in and out.
Do you have a plan showing the existing condition?
This site plan does not. This picture shows it fairly well. So to the left of this image, you'll see the driveway. That's University Drive. It looks like there was a driveway on facing Arcoso, but as you can see, there's no curb cut, so that was abandoned at some point. So, yeah, to clarify your question.
No, do you have a survey? I mean, the pictures help, but we want to see it on, when you come back, bring the survey or existing versus new conditions, existing versus proposed. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, I can, when I come back, I'll show the existing site plan to show the kind of existing versus proposed, no problem. Yeah, so I don't know if you wanted to go into the elevations, but I mean, this image shows you the existing home. It's, definitely in need of some work. We will be mostly matching the materials, although everything will be new. So for example, the stucco will be new, smooth stucco. The roof lines are very similar to the existing. You can see in the south elevation to the right, that is the ADU. To the left, that's the bedroom addition. Sort of, I guess, typical California ranch style architecture of, the late 60s. The roofing material is going to be a slate roof, but it's going to be a synthetic slate roof. So I can bring examples of that. Again, the siding material is smooth stucco. The doors and windows are going to be aluminum, black in color. And yeah, that's basically it.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Where's the garage?
It's converted. It's that one right there.
Yeah, where's the new garage? Or what's the
No,
new,
no, no,
what's
no
the new
new
parking
garage.
configuration?
This is the ADU.
Yeah.
So there's no garage.
So where do they park?
They park right there.
He shows an 8-foot fence in the front setback. Is that permissible?
So just parking here.
I don't think so.
What's all this? It's the first gate.
I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I guess you're showing an 8-foot high fence in the front yard setback, which that's not existing, right? So that was the proposed fence.
Where does it say 8 feet?
No, John?
Yeah. Yeah, it runs along the university.
It's 6-foot fence.
6 foot.
Oh, 6 foot legal there?
We were given
You can have
approval
a
by the
6 foot.
planner.
Yeah, you can have 6 foot in the front setback.
Yeah, our zoning planner reviewed that, and he's determined the project to be approvable pending board of review approval. But in terms of the zoning, everything's been reviewed, including the fence.
Great. Other questions?
There are, I don't know if the fence connects all the way to the driveway though, but there are sightline requirements for driveways. A fence can't block that for safety reasons, but that would be coordinate with Public Works when you do your driveway curb cut.
Great.
Okay.
Other questions?
Plan?
None.
Planning a landscape plan, Joe?
We don't have landscape. No, as part of this, it wasn't in our budget to do, comprehensive landscape. So it's really just architecture and engineering for the remodel at this stage.
I think it needs to have landscape, especially you're introducing a lot of paving and it's a property that has no landscape now. So it needs a landscape plan.
Did we already do public comment?
No.
Let's do public comment before we do comment.
Okay.
All right. No other questions?
Yeah, the color, are you going with white or are you changing anything or not?
It's going to be sort of an off-white. Yeah, pretty close to white.
And the area to the south of the former garage, is it going to be what? The gravel next to the new driveway?
Can you go to the site plan? Yeah, so it was proposed to be like a permeable paver material.
The paving, I mean, parking for vehicles, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Sidewalk and pave.
Yeah, but but I think the ordinance allows for ADU parking on an existing driveway, but that, I'm not sure if the ordinance allows you to do that, right?
No, no way.
Yeah, second. Okay, that's the question. I think that's it for questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? Please raise your hand or step forward. See no one. Back to the board for comments. Let's keep it quick and short, or quick and, good.
I agree with the comment made on the landscaping, and I'm a little bit not totally on board with the extra curb cut. It does seem like you end up with parking right next to the sidewalk, and which is really, I understand that it's probably a busy parking issue, but it does seem excessive. I think if the applicant wants to do some parking in that area, it needs to do something else. It needs to screen it and design it as such. Yeah, landscape is necessary.
All right, let me try and follow your direction. So I think the architectural addition is appropriate and compatible with the neighborhood. The architectural style and character matching existing seems fine. The applicant should return with a full material palette for the exterior. The applicant should come back with a landscape plan of some sort to indicate the improvement to the project, because I think it's a significant, I think we believe it's a significant enough of addition and it warrants a good landscaping plan to accompany. The other comment is to restudy your driveway plan. I would study a driveway plan that only includes one curb cut. We understand that the inclusion of the ADU takes away the parking requirement, but your current driveway scheme and overuse of hardscape and configurations, I think, unacceptable and needs to be redone. And there needs to be a buffer between the existing sidewalk and your parking areas. So study that and indicate that you have clear line of sight for the ordinances, a little triangulation from the corners to make sure that there's no height or any objects in the way of line of sight. I believe the corner of the 6-foot fence is intruding into a there should be a triangle there. I can't remember the dimension. 10 feet out and 10 feet in, create a triangle, and I don't think you're allowed to have anything over a certain height in that. So your fence is certainly violating that at the moment, and then everything in that corner landscape area needs to be studied from that standpoint as well. So
that's a question.
Hold on a second. Also, I think that's a good summation of, and also the driveway is just right on the house. So we need some kind of a buffer between the driveway and the house. I don't know what you have for a width there, but yeah, the whole paving scheme just isn't working. So question, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, well, it's a difficult corner lot. We have busy traffic on University Drive. And if you go back to the existing photographs, currently, basically the entire front yard. So you had an existing driveway that was at one point in time abandoned to the right. So that's already paved. In the foreground of the image, that's all concrete. You can see it's going right up to the house. So it's a challenging corner lot. We can propose landscape, but the question I had was with regard to the issue of there being 2 curb cuts. And it seems like that issue is being confused with there being paving space in front of this proposed ADU. So can you clarify what the issue is with the 2 curb cuts? Because that was a really big request of the owner, was to make this driveway safer and to have kind of a pass-through flow of their cars to kind of go exit out of Ricoso rather than University Drive. Paving and things like that we can certainly address with the landscape plan. I'm happy to reduce it and work with some buffer areas and screening, et cetera. But can you just clarify your comment with regard to the curb cuts?
Yeah, I think that it's excessive for a small lot, and like, yes, you get to eliminate your parking requirement because of the ADU, but you're essentially basically creating a house that parks its cars on its front lawn, which is kind of a shady way to treat a neighborhood. It's just not attractive to drive down streets and see cars parked in front of houses like that. So all the comments are geared towards that and mitigating that and making it look attractive in the neighborhood. Like the preference is that your car gets parked in the garage and nobody has to look at it. There's probably a lot of cars already parked on the street, and now you're parking cars in front of the house. So if you can screen it, if you can design it better, this board will pay attention to those things. But right now, the way it's designed, it's just exacerbating the situation. So like less is more. So if you can successfully screen it and do a good design, then 2 curb cuts might be acceptable. But one way to fix the problem would get rid of the unnecessary curb cut for two curb cuts for a tiny house, 1 car.
Yeah, you might actually consider abandoning the one on University if that's a,
Exactly. Yeah.
if that's a
Rakosa is safer than just have the one.
just have the one in
but
Rakosa.
You should have a good landscape approach to how you're gonna make your two-sided, 2-street access be aesthetic.
I have a question too of staff. Do they allow this? I mean, I usually, I know in the city of Santa Barbara, they would not allow
A second
cars like
curb
that.
cut. Yeah.
And actually, the city of Los Angeles, they usually don't allow this type of thing. That's,
Yeah, it's like one or the other.
Alex, do you have any input on?
Do we allow second curb cuts? Was that the question?
Yeah, there's also the proximity to the intersection.
right next to it, yeah.
That's really more of a question for Public Works. They have certain design standards, but I'm not familiar with those.
Comment would be to get a comment from Public Works on the feasibility of this also, if you're proposing to keep the 2. But I think the board feels like the curb cut along University could be abandoned and just use the one off of Rakosa and still make it work safely. But I think we're clear on the comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, so I was here for concept and prelim. So I think return for the same, yeah.
For the concept.
Concept and prelim return. Okay, it's 11:45. We have we'll do one more. Okay, so those of you item 6 and later, we probably will not get to you until after lunch. So that would be sometime probably around 1:15 or 1:30, it's looking like. So just so you're not waiting around, feel free to abandon this repost and return at 1:15. Should be safe. All right, moving on, item number 5, Alger. New dwelling, request of Tim Gorder, AIA architect for the owners, Tim and Catherine Alger, for preliminary approval of the proposed construction of a 3,182 square foot single family dwelling, 890 square foot garage, 540 square foot pool, and includes the installation of 8,700 square feet of impervious surfaces, 14,000 square feet of landscaping, and a 25-foot outdoor kitchen. It also includes construction of associated driveway, hardscape grading, retaining walls, and site utility work. This is located at 1049 Via Los Padres in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan area. Last heard December 3rd of 2021, and with a couple comments, which are as follows. Comment A from the SBAR: consider overhangs over openings, particularly doorways. B, landscape screening of 2-story east elevation will be important. C, need to provide details, including patio cover. D, soften white color should.
I like that.
E, consider recessed openings and study window proportions above entry. All right, do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, Tim Gorder, architect.
All right, Tim, if you want to walk us through and show us what's changed, and keep it to about 10 minutes if you would.
Okay. Yes, I will try to do that. So yeah, we're going to look at the design for Mr. and Mrs. Tim and Catherine Alger, and we're going to ask the board for preliminary approval today. If we could go to, let's see, I think page 2 or 3 of this PDF here. Yeah, this one, sorry, this one right here. So we looked at this about a year ago. This is the last undeveloped lot in this neighborhood, which you can see on that bottom left image. And the lot is currently undeveloped and doesn't even have really any trees or landscaping on it. It's like a completely blank slate. But we do have views to the south and to the southwest, which are important to how the concept design played out. So next page, please. So this is the site survey. The lot is moderately sloping to the south. We had the land surveyor get the finished elevations of the ridge line of the house to the west and the finished floor of the house to the east, because that played an important part in the design of siting the house on the site. Next slide, please, or next slide after that. Yes. So this slide and the next one are some neighborhood context diagrams where basically we are showing the size, building height, the building finished floor relationship to the street. And then on the next slide, the relationship of the garage to the main street level and then the roof form. So we mapped all these things in the neighborhood in order to prove our neighborhood compatibility. So basically if you go back to the previous image,
we saw all these the first time around, and I think
yeah.
we're really familiar. So why don't we move on to the changes that we made and this, site layout and elevations,
The windows
and addressing the
okay.
comment.
Okay, great. No, I thought it'd been so long, maybe you want to hear it again. But well, in terms of how we're different from last time, we went through a value engineering exercise. And we're about 800 square feet less than when the board saw it last time in terms of the overall size of the structure. The building's now 1 story, where before it had a 2-story portion. And the building height has been reduced from 26 feet to under 23 feet. And then the grading has been significantly reduced. We were at 1,600 cubic yards of cut, 600 cubic yards of fill, 900 cubic yards of export last time, and now we're at 800 cubic yards of cut, 950 cubic yards of fill, and about 125 cubic yards of import. So nearly balanced cut and fill. So actually, we can go to
elevations.
Go to the other PDF. Let's see. I can't tell what they're called. No, not that one. Not that one.
You should look at the elevations and the details.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so if you want to go to the elevations, we need to go to like the 3 sheets.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. So here we're looking at the east elevation, which is the one that faces the neighbor to the east, obviously. Previously, we had the 2-story element on the left. Now that's a 1-story element. And we're looking at the garage elevation. And then below that is the north elevation, which is the street elevation. Because if you remember, we depressed the finished floor of the residence. We just read a 1-story elevation, really just kind of like a 10.5 foot elevation from the main street at Villa Los Padres. Next slide. So here are the south elevations, which are on the downhill side. We've got 3D views of this as well. It's going to be almost not visible from the lower Villa Los Padres street because you're looking up at it. There's going to be landscaping that blocks your view. Next slide.
Look at the renderings. It shows a lot more.
Yeah, are the renderings the same as these elevations?
Yeah, we can go to the rendering. So here you're looking at the view from the east neighbor. So the important thing was that the east neighbors still see the horizon line. That had to do with how we sited the building. So we maintained that they can see the horizon line, and that east edge is landscaped where the driveway comes in. Next page. So here we're kind of at the top of the driveway, again looking over the house, seeing the horizon line. Next slide. And then here we're at the front of the house, looking towards that sunken courtyard, which will have a tree in the center of it. And you can see those 3 building masses connected by the flat roof element. Next slide. And then here we're on the west, which is sort of the downhill side of Villa Los Padres, but still on the upper side and looking at towards the courtyard and the master bedroom suite. If we go back to the other PDF, there's views of from the downhill side, if we want to look at that.
I think the renderings are just some renderings, where are they?
That's from the previous presentation.
If we go to the PDF we were on previously, where it had the elevations, there's more 3D views there.
It says 9/24/21. That's from.
Yeah, that was the concepts that was those were the diagrams we were looking at first. So those are not applicable for the elevations of the massing.
They shouldn't be in
David,
there.
go to sheet A6.01, which is sheet 18 on the architecture LUP feedback response 22.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go to sheet 6 here.
To 1018. Go down to the last 2 pages. That's what we're looking for. And prepare to zoom in.
Oh, yeah.
The mailbox now.
Can you live in it?
Mr.
No, the next sheet also has perspective views as well. Yeah, here we go. So this has some of the downhill views, so you can see from like the south side looking up through the landscaping.
Yeah, can you speak to the comments from last time? Consider overhangs near over openings, particularly doorways.
Yeah. So most of the doorway overhangs are protected. You can see here on the east elevation, the upper left image, that the entry door, sort of main entry from the motor court, is under an overhang. The style of the architecture, we're not going to provide overhangs at all door openings. So that door to the laundry room to the right does not have an opening, but the main entry door off the sunken courtyard is protected by an overhang, as well as all of the openings on the south part of the residence. There's a big overhang on the south side of the residence that protects all the openings on the south side.
Do you use the patio cover?
Yeah, there's a patio cover on the south side. Yeah, that protects all the openings or all the doorways on the south side.
The comment was need to provide details, including patio cover.
Yeah, I think Chris, this applicant did a VE redesign, so maybe they just came back to show us that, and then maybe we send them back to consent with those comments. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's not totally different.
I don't see how the white color has been softened for the overhangs, for the windows. They're at least not shown on these elevations.
Yeah, well, I was noticing a material palette here that's not, I mean, there's details here, Alex.
Yeah,
But
it's a recess of 3 inches on the windows,
So it's confusing what the current palette is from the last one you presented, but the last print palette looked pretty nice. Here.
If we look at there, we have a material board. We can look at that. That has the materials on it.
It's not, the house is mostly plaster, and I see the color on what sheet is that? If you can put it on the screen.
This is dove gray finish, smooth.
Yeah,
to
but
like sand.
once you get that in the sun, on the sunshine,
It's white.
colors are much lighter. I mean, usually it has to look, a real color when you go outside is a lot lighter than it appears on the chip. So, I see that.
Yeah, let's say, it's not a hillside house, so it's nestled in there.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, anyway, are we done with questions?
We're still in the presentation, but we're trying to get the comments addressed. Soften white color should.
Yeah, if we open the material board, which is one of the PDFs in the box folder, it's right there, then that'll show. Yeah, it's a light color that sort of has lavender undertones. And so it's not a bright white. It has another color tone to it.
It's the one that says color board, David.
Yeah, it's the one that says color board.
There you go. I didn't see the pool in the renderings.
Boom. So do we want to go to public comment hearing?
Well, I'm confused as to what we're looking at. I mean, can you go back to that site plan we just saw? Because there's a pool in that one. I don't see a pool in any of the renderings.
Has that pool been value engineered out?
No, The pool's on the south side, so we're just, you can't see it from the street. That's why it's not shown in these renderings, which are shown from the street views.
Okay, well, I guess, any other questions? I'll just jump through the questions during presentation, but is there anything else you need to share with us? Tim, or should we jump on it?
I mean, we could look at these door and window details, which show the recessed door and window details. One of the things that the board asked for, like last time, was how we were treating the door and window openings.
Okay, there we go. All right, so is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. No, but back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot.
Well, what about the landscape? I mean, I just want to go through the list. See, we asked for 5 things, and we got some of them. How about the landscape screening? Is there any landscape screening provided?
There's no more.
Let's look at the landscape plan. We have a landscape plan. Also, the landscape architect is on the call and prepared to discuss landscaping.
Okay.
Why are there so many files?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Which file? Why? Which file is it? Landscape
It's
lighting.
the one that's called 2022-14 Alger CD. That's the landscape plan.
Okay.
And then we can go to the planting plan, which is, I think, like, I don't know, sheet 6 or something.
Start with the hardscape and see what you got going on here. What's all the purple? Is that all gravel or something? Who's the landscape architect?
It's Lane Goodkind. Lane, do you want to discuss the landscape plan?
Yeah, that's just crushed rock.
Okay. And so kind of give us a quick rundown, Lane, if you would. That square thing in the bottom right, is that a lawn or right? Yeah, above that?
Yeah. So it's all very, I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, what is that element right there? Is that a lawn?
That's a patch of sedge.
I'm sorry, you broke up there. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm having
I think you are.
connectivity issues. I might have an issue. That's sedge lawn, carex.
Okay. And what's the material on the driveway?
That's concrete, colored concrete.
Okay. All right, maybe next sheet, planting or wherever. Details. Go ahead. Irrigation. Cool. Keep going.
No, wait, is there a planting plant?
Yeah, it'd be after this.
It's a steep slope site. So there's a couple terrace walls we're hoping to do.
Okay.
There we go.
And how tall are the retaining walls?
I can answer that. The maximum.
Back to the detail, I can tell you. They're
Tim? We're having a little trouble.
Yeah, I'll answer that because Lane's having connectivity issues. So the maximum height of the retaining wall along the driveway, we have a civil plan, so we can look at it. I believe it's 5 feet, like right at a certain point where it just sort of maxes out. But typically, it's there along the back, like sort of east property line. It's like it goes from like 2 feet up to like 4 feet, and then sort of like 5 feet right at the corner where the driveway comes into the motor court, and then it gets lower again as you go up towards the street.
You followed. Alex has a question about the location of.
Where is that? Is it, will it be like right there or what?
Where's the wall?
Where's the retaining wall?
Can I annotate on here? It looks like I can. Yeah. So the retaining wall, I mean, we can look at the civil plan. We also have that, but the retaining wall is along this edge of the driveway here. along this edge of the motor court. That's where the retaining wall is.
All
All
right.
right, we see that. Thank you.
Okay, so we're in comments, I think, right, Alex?
Public comment and then.
No, we did public comment. I think I've turned it over to Alex.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm glad we have the landscape plan, okay. Well, it is a stark design that is one story. We can go to another place where we can talk about the design, something with the renderings. It's a nice design. It's just like the lack of recess on the windows, the fact that everything looks so flat, the lack of overhangs makes it more, stark, I guess, for lack of a better word. It's one story, so we're more permissive with those type of things. The fact it's a little bit light goes against it. So I'm ambivalent. I think there are good things about this project, but it just seems like the details are not very well worked out. That's why I enjoy it.
And I'll take over now that Chris is gone. Valerie?
He's checking with those people. Yeah, I feel like it's stark and not real hospitable looking as a house. I would still like to see the color go darker. I think the light color just furthers the starkness of it.
If I can add something, I'm not sure if an I'm not sure why an overhang is so objectionable.
Yeah.
It's we've seen these things before. They've been around for a long time. Usually, an overhang over the they do work with overhangs as well. So it's not that it goes against the style of the design.
Right, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I agree with those comments. The building overall looks, very stark or and in this particular elevation, that window, which is on there, there's two windows on that wall. Yeah.
In that corner?
Yeah, that window should match the well, anyway.
Which I thought this one there.
No.
No, the one on the other wall.
That one.
Yeah, that proportion should be reflected on the other window on that wall. It looks like it's too close to the edge. I mean, see, this window should have the same proportion to the edge as that one does. It looks out of scale. The other windows, I don't know, it doesn't work for me. I mean, these are evenly spaced, which makes sense, but this one should be spaced from the edge of the building the same way, because it looks out of proportion. But I think the comment about recessing the windows and these overhangs is critical when you do this type of architecture, with a sloping roof and minimal detailing. So I think that those points that were made about that are well taken. They should be, the windows perhaps should all be recessed more, and some to give it some depth. Okay, that'd be my comment.
Mr. Bloomer.
I know this neighborhood quite well. I actually did a project in this neighborhood, so I'm quite familiar with it. I like the way the project is cited. I think it'll be very compatible in terms of its just size, mass, bulk, and scale. It's definitely a contemporary project, and I think this neighborhood can very compatible with this type of architecture and this style of architecture. So just in terms of neighborhood compatibility, I think it's really well done. I think the single story nature of the house is consistent with the neighborhood too. These are kind of large lots with decent sized homes, but mainly one story throughout. So this is a nice massing for that neighborhood as well. I think my opinion about the color of the house, it's not a hillside house, it's in a neighborhood, and it's clearly an attempt at a minimalist type architecture. It's quiet, and I actually think that there's a high contrast between the roof material and the wall color, and it's blended in there with this wood kind of punctuation on the fences and the garage door. So I don't have a particular issue with any of that, and I think that the landscape architecture really softens, and it seems to be quite an ambitious landscape plan. It's like really well done, and I believe the two things, when they come together, are actually going to harmonize this. So when I look at this house, I understand that the comment would say it looks stark, or just like these blank canvas walls, but I think when you consider that, damn it, man, can you close that door? I don't care. Keep going. These guys are moving. Sorry, we got a bunch of furniture moving by us all day long. But I think the juxtaposition of the landscape against the kind of simple quality of the house, I think it's kind of nice. I think it's a gift to the neighborhood. So I'm super supportive of this project. I think it's well detailed. I think that it's just carefully considered. And I don't know. One board member thinks the house and the project is dope. That in the record. I'm sure that'll be the first time that word's ever been used in the meeting minutes. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Make sure I use that word.
Yeah, please put that in the minutes.
One member said, no, it's a really nice project. I think.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to the architectural site plan briefly? Which, I don't know where that is. There's so many files.
This one here.
Okay. Yeah, and then, okay, so that's fine. All right, so I don't have much to add. I think, the landscape plan looks good. I think that's maybe over graveled. There's just a lot of it in areas that are just big, wide transition areas. I don't know. It's, like for example, down around I assume those are raised beds in the bottom right corner, and then that path leading to the left it looks like it's like 10 feet wide, and I'm not even sure what, it's just a transition. It just seems kind of excessive on the paving, I guess. But not a major comment. I think it's a really nice plan, and otherwise I don't really have much to add. So I think the project is fine as well. So it is here for prelim, and so does someone want to make a motion or suggest path of travel for this project?
Well, I'll make a motion for preliminary approval as submitted, and come back on consent for final with an organized set of drawings. It's easier to interpret.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, second from John. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, one opposed. Val?
Two opposed.
Two opposed.
Ooh.
So motion
You got
passes.
Are you a
3-2.
tiebreaker?
Yeah. I think it's more well thought out than the plans indicate. But I think you still need to take those comments under consideration in terms of the detailing.
So I'd like to see this come back on full board. Can I actually, I know we just amended that. Can I reopen this item for discussion?
Yeah, we didn't. Oh, we did vote. So yeah, we'll reopen.
Like,
and if you
given
wanna
that we have
revise
a
your motion.
split vote, I think it's only fair that it's come back on a full board
Right.
and not consent. So if I can revise my motion and have a revote here.
John, is that okay with the seconder? To come back full board instead of consent?
Yes, I'll second it.
Yeah, I agree. So we'll vote again. All those in favor of preliminary approval, returning to full board on for final. Let's say with improved drawing set, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Two opposed?
Yeah.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Take
Thank
a
you.
look at the color. It's too white.
This one?
All right, so it brings us to lunch. It's 12:13. We will reconvene the S bar with Josh Bloomer as chair at 1:15 PM this afternoon. Thank you. And
Oh my gosh, will you help me? Because I don't want to see my face.
No, you're not. You just,
Are you sure?
yeah, you are. Oh my God, you done? You don't.
much. That's from your wife's side.
All right. I guess I have to do this now.
Yeah, you do.
You're on whenever you're ready. This isn't for me. Oh, yeah, I can be. Pointer. Oh, it is.
So, we're on 6.
My own page. Oh, well, okay, for that one.
Yeah.
The games begin. I'm in a chair. I'm gonna use my chair.
That's right. At least taller.
Duck under the desk. Be okay to start?
Yeah.
I mean, it's good. All right, let's reconvene the SBAR meeting of November 18th. We're now listening to item 6. We have our applicants here.
Yeah, we were talking to the applicant.
Okay. All right, go ahead and state your name for the record and give us a brief presentation. Can you also just start by getting us located where you're at in the county? And
Sure.
I've seen this item before.
Nope.
No.
Okay, yeah.
So my name is Jim Davis. I'm the architect for the project. This property is located in Hope Ranch, and that's actually a different project. That's one that's coming next meeting. So it's located in Hope Ranch and off of Via Bendita. Via Huerto peels off of that a little bit. And this is located at 4512 Via Huerto. The existing parcel has a single family residence, 2-story, more in a Hawaiian-esque style. If you go to the 4th page, we've got photos of the existing structure and kind of the drive. The first photo on the upper left is the driveway leading up to the project. If you go down a little bit, the existing structure can be viewed there on the bottom left. It's a metal standing seam roof, iron railings. Again, it's a little bit more in a Hawaiian style. It's the flair that the our owners wanted to go with this. So our proposal, if you go back to the A1.1 sheet, is for a new detached garage, a 3-car garage, because we're going to be converting the existing garage into a family room. And above that, there's also going to be an accessory dwelling unit. The area behind, you can see there's some stairs that lead up to a little patio that accesses the accessory dwelling unit. And then on the front of the accessory dwelling unit, there's a patio on the front too, on the 2nd floor. There's going to be some new paving associated with this, which you can see here on the plans in the hatched area, just to accommodate backup and turnaround areas and just make sure we have enough parking for Hope Ranch standards. We also do have some site sections if you want to go to the next sheet. And this is again just showing the structure can be bunkered into the hillside through 4 different areas there. If you go to the next beyond that, here are the exterior elevations. That's the proposed 3-car garage. And then we have a covered walkway between the 2 structures as well there too. We're also going to have a small roofed structure over the existing, what is the garage right now, which is viewed on the upper left area up here. Do you want me to? Actually, how does this work for the pointer?
A little red, a little smaller.
Just up here. Okay, yeah. Where did it go? Is it working? Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, so here's that little roofed area that I was talking about. That would be the only added area. And then this is the covered breezeway between the 2 structures as well. Let's see, we are also proposing a new mailbox, which is shown
If you scroll down a little bit here, maybe zoom out a little bit too.
It's mailbox day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that. So
There it is there too.
you're good, Jim.
Okay.
I don't think, do you have any questions? Pretty straightforward application, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
Any
no,
public
yeah.
comment on this item today? Letters or any concern? Haven't seen none. I think bring it back for comments. Just kind of speed this along. I think number one comment is just come back with the full elevation of the existing structure along. You have kind of a partial elevation of it, but I think we just kind of keep consistency with other applications and just understand this. Let's make sure you return with full elevations of both structures. Any other comments?
Have you gone to Hope Ranch?
We have gone to Hope Branch. We've received the approval from the ABR and as well as from the board of directors for preliminary approval. We haven't gone back for our final
Okay.
the structural drawings and all that. So we basically have our approvals.
I think it's well cited and the project seems to be consistent with the neighborhood and the existing design and matching it. Seems like a good marriage of the two
I agree.
materials. So you can come back here for preliminary and final, I think.
Yeah.
Consent.
I'll put you on the consent calendar and make sure you bring in a materials board, full elevations. What's the nature of the driveway that you're adding?
Currently, right now, it's all asphalt.
Huh.
So the owner was going to be continuing that.
But you're adding permeable pavers, right, or not? Are you adding permeable pavers or not?
Current proposal right now is just to match the existing, because it would be too patchy, I think, if we did try to do a new material into there.
Well, you could do the, not where you're widening the throat, that part should match, but you could do the
Backup area.
Yeah, like a straight line, you know, like.
Sure.
Yeah, and I don't know, it just seems like it would be more. I don't know.
Anyway, I think the comments just study the flat work on the parking materials. Anything else? Okay, we'll see you next time. Pretty non-controversial, I'd say.
Thank you. Trying to make it easier for you guys.
Nice drawing. All right, item 7. Now we have some speaker slips. If we have anybody here today in the audience that wants to speak, fill out a speaker slip, hand it to Mr. David here. We'll have some time for you to speak at the lectern. We have a microphone looks like this that you'll be speaking into. Don't let the other microphones fool you. That's not how this works anymore. Better applicants here. Let me get my version of this up. Ready? All right, let's hear from the applicants. Give us your names for the record. Kind of let us know where you're located. Let's see, when's the last time we saw you guys? Everybody here remember this project?
Yeah, 826.
Anybody not see this project before?
We all
Okay.
saw.
So we're kind of clear. So we're all clear about where it's located. So anyway, brief presentation, please.
Okay, my name is Kelly Tyke. I'm an architect with the Warner Group Architects for the owner. And this is Mark Lowe, the client. Okay. And I believe we have our landscape architect as well on Zoom.
Yes, hi, I'm Molly Funk, the landscape architect.
All right, welcome. Thank you.
We do have a planner memo on this one.
Hey, what does it say? It says a lot. So has everybody had a chance to review that?
Yeah.
I'm pulling it up
Yeah, I
now.
think it's.
You just so this refers to, I don't know how much of this is new or old information, so I'm just going to paraphrase it, but we have a non-conforming guest house. So the existing guest house is a legal non-conforming structure, is located partially in the 25-foot setback. The changes presented in the plans are not consistent with this. Let's see, what are we talking about? Complies with the height. So pursuant to section 35-162 of the CZO, a non-conforming structure shall not be enlarged, extended, moved, or structurally altered unless the enlargement, extension, et cetera, complies with the height, lot coverage, setback, and other requirements articles. So the changes presented in the plans are not consistent with this requirement as they structurally alter the building in a way that would result in the loss of non-conforming status. The agent will revise the plan subsequent submittals in order to maintain the legal non-conforming status. So just in your presentation, maybe address that a little bit so we make sure to get that clear for the record. There's some discussion here on bluff and slope stability setback. There's some discussion here on project description that follows. So I don't see anything else here worth mentioning, but we've got oak trees on the site and some other items here. So try to also make that part of your presentation. Tell us how you're managing those issues. I think we can move on to the presentation now.
I think it might be best if we could go to just go to the site plan A 1.0.
Anybody in the audience has a hard time hearing us, you're welcome to come forward. I know the sound quality in here is not the best, so we want to make sure everybody's participating.
Keep going, A 1.0.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so we've made some changes in response to our last meeting, which we believe achieves a balance for all the neighbors' considerations, as well as addressing questions surrounding the bluff setback. First, the county peer review on our geotechnical report has been completed, and they had some minor comments. One of which stated that for the coastal commission policy, the slope stability setback should be in addition to the rate of retreat setback. Both setbacks in our geotechnical report are at 52 feet. However, the county geologist, Mark Walter, he's informed us that the county and the coastal commission have major policy disagreements, and therefore the county has withdrawn its proposal from the coastal commission policy. And it's been like that for a while. In effect, the county has not adopted the policy to add the two setbacks, and thus the bluff setback has been determined to be 52 feet per our geotechnical report. But regardless of that 52-foot setback, our main house is set back about 75 feet from the top of bluff, which is even further back than the adjacent homes on either side. So this is the top of bluff. And then here's that 52-foot bluff setback line. The adjacent homes here, and then our house starts back here. But as a result of that 52-foot setback, it did, however, impact the location of our previously proposed pool cabana that we had. So in order to not move the entire house, as a result, we've decided to retain a portion of the already existing detached guest house and renovate it per the zoning ordinance standards for non-conforming structures. I guess our planner had issued that memo, assuming that we're structurally altering the building, but we don't have any intention of structurally altering the existing building, which is right here. And if you can actually go back a few sheets to the demolition plan. Two more right here. So this is the portion, this is the detached guest house right here. And then this is the portion that we're gonna retain as part of the either whether we have to call it a guest house or pool cabana, that's to be determined by the county. But either way, this portion is gonna remain. So our intent, we're not gonna be extending, enlarging, or altering the structure of the existing portion that we're retaining, just essentially just applying new finishes and doors and windows. All right, can you go back to the site plan? A 1.0. All right, so one of the previous comments was to study the result or study lowering the pad height or the plate heights to reduce the impact on the neighbor to the west. And so actually, as a result of lowering or keeping the existing building, we're actually unable now to lower the pad height. In response to the impact of the neighbor on the west, we've actually moved the entire main house. Actually, the whole program of the project, we've moved it to the east for an additional 4 feet away from the west property line. So we feel that increasing this setback, which is already a generous setback of 25 feet to now 30 feet is a significant concession. So in effect, it gives the perception that the house has been lowered since it's further away, which is demonstrated on the elevation sheet that I'll show you in a minute. And then lowering the plate heights of the main house, actually, when we studied that, it negatively affected the proportion to the scale of the architectural design, which is why we're keeping the house at 24 feet. We're still maintaining quite a bit of privacy, or all privacy along this west wall. Is the only windows that are on this side. We have windows on the stair, and then we have windows that are 50 feet back from the property line on a corridor right here. But if it's desired, if it's still desired by the board that we reduce the height, we'll probably then prefer to move the building back to the setback line, just because in response to another comment, we added more space here where the driveway curves in. So it really tightened this radius.
You quantify that? What was the change in feet?
So it was about 2 feet away from the property line prior, and now it's 6 feet away.
Thank you.
So that, to allow for some landscape. And then so now we could go to, can we go to towards the end of the presentation? We have some renderings where we've made some changes to the front of the building.
Did you come with a more developed landscape plan? By the
Yeah,
way?
we do. I'll get to that in 1 second. Okay, so this is the existing building. So it has the same eaves, same roof. We're just changing the finishes and then adding new doors and windows to this building. But we've, right now it's a Spanish style home. So we've added we're changing it to a metal roof. We'll probably put a skylight in the middle, maybe not. And then we'll put some wood cladding painted dark on the building there. So that's the major change in the rear. And then if we can go to the next page. Actually go one more past that. Yeah. Okay, so right here, this is what our previous front entry looked like. We had this large glass enclosure for the stair. So now if we scroll down a little, we've eliminated that glass enclosure, sort of softened the design of the entry. So we only have a window up here now. And we actually lowered this gym roof height. We've lowered that by 1 foot. So now the top of this roof here is only 8'6" higher than the elevation of Creciente. And it's also over 240 feet away from the center line of Creciente. And then if we could go a couple pages back up to the elevation. One more. Okay, right here, perfect. So we have, this is where we moved the house over 4 feet away. So the neighbor to the west is, they're 3 feet lower. So I've drawn at the edge of their house, dimension of like a 6 foot person that's 3 foot lower than our elevation. And so, standing at the edge of the house, just the geometry of it works out that like it gives the effect of the house being actually like 1 to 2 feet lower by moving it to the east by 4 feet. And now I'm going to hand it over to the landscape architect to quickly go through her landscape plans.
Hi, this is Molly Funk, landscape architect. If you want to go to the L1 sheet, that's the landscape, overall landscape plan. I think it's up from here.
You can tee her up again.
Okay, so Molly.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we could hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Over again.
from the top.
Oh, okay. My name's landscape design. And if you want to go to sheet L-1, that's just the overall landscape plan.
Throw this thing across. Okay. Let's try it again. Let's see if we get our landscape architect back to present.
I'm here if you can hear me.
Yep, from the top again.
Okay, my screen, it's not showing that the PDF is switching pages. Is that?
Yeah, we'll get there.
Oh, okay, got it.
You want us to be on?
L1 point or L1, the landscape plan.
Is that up near the
It's
wall?
all the way at the top,
All the way at the top.
Yeah. almost all the way,
Yeah.
right there. Put it down. Perfect.
Okay. All right, thank you. So for the front garden portion of the plan, we're planning on just having very nice, you'll see the walking paths through a native and Mediterranean garden in this front area. I can't really control. Can I control a pointer or no?
Can you guys?
Yeah, I'm
Okay, so in the front garden it's strolling paths with periodic curved low stone walls that are just seat wall height, no higher than 18 inches, that kind of define resting places and areas to enjoy the garden. Again, it'll be a Mediterranean themed planting plan with fruiting trees along the path, as well as the existing palm trees. We have the curved driveway that Kelly had mentioned that was pulled away from the property line, enabling a privacy hedge on both sides. The curved drive is lined on one side with clipped trees, and then we have these larger specimen trees that kind of surround the motor court and punctuate the landscape in selected areas to sort of frame views. And then once we reach the motor court, we have two water features that are designed to pull the view of the ocean through the house and make that part of this front entry experience. And around the side of the house, we just have a kitchen garden, simple kitchen garden, and the bluff garden. The bluff portion, the rear garden, is very simple with just planting kind of up against the pool, and everything else, the views kept open. And the drainage swale will be, which is up in the rear of the property, is remaining the same, untouched by our plan. That's it. And then, oh, we guess we can go down. There are some views. This is just a conceptual landscape plan that we'll be developing more in detail with the materials and full planting plan for our next meeting. But further down, there's some views as well. This is a, we might have to, or we're looking into if a couple of the palm trees need to be relocated just to make space for the driveway.
Yeah, 1 second,
I think it's the next one is the views.
Where's Molly? Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, so we lost you, and so now you have to go back to where you're talking about the driveway. Sorry.
Oh,
Like,
is it my connection, do you think, or?
Yes. Next time, come to the meeting.
It's this, the county microphones keep.
Technology is
going out.
failing us. Let's go.
Okay, so we're back at, you just, the last we heard was you explain these, the paths along the front yard, and then the driveway, how we pulled it away from the property line. That's the last we heard.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, so we've pulled it away from the property line with privacy hedge on. We have the specimen trees, which are the larger trees, sort of framing views and punctuating the garden. And then once we get into the motor court, we have 2 water features that are designed to kind of pull the view of the ocean through to make it part of the front garden. And along the side yard, we just have kept a very simple kitchen garden. And as we wrap around to the back bluff area, the existing swale is to remain the same, so drainage won't be affected. And then the planting in the back is all is basically up against the pool, pretty low, and then everything on the actual open area is all lawn or kept open for the views.
All right, is there any, how much change in the landscape design have we seen from last presentation?
This is the first time seeing a landscape plan.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if we'd already seen this. Okay. Anything else to present on that?
Oh, sorry, Kelly,
Go ahead, Molly.
further down, I think 3 pages down. So if we can zoom out a little bit, so you can see. So starting in the bottom right, this is from the top of the drive, you see the curved driveway with the alley of trees on the right, the privacy hedge on the left, specimen tree. And then the view on top of that is this garden path with the very low seat wall, low planting, fruit trees. The top right one is coming into the motor court where you start to see the water features and the specimen trees again. To the left top is this tiered water feature. Existing palms in the background. And then the last view is from the front door looking out at the front motor court.
All right, very good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything further? Good, okay. So, any questions?
Yes, just to clarify, you move the wall, the west wall 4 feet to the east. I just want to change it. You move the driveway 2 feet to the west, and you lower the roof of the gymnasium 1 foot.
Actually, what I heard, I just want to make sure I heard this right. You moved the entire residence 4 feet to the east.
You move the entire scope,
You took
the entire scope 4 feet.
to 6 feet from the property line.
Correct, yes.
Correct?
So the whole residence.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Any other change? Those 3 changes. Anything else?
Yeah, and we, like you said, we lowered the roof of the gym.
Yeah.
Of the,
1 foot, yeah.
Last. And if I understand correctly, the current documentation doesn't properly document the disposition of the existing non-conforming structure, but your intent is to correct that in your next submittal.
yes, yeah.
So there's no controversy there, just more documentation necessary.
Correct.
All right, let's move to public comment. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to rebut if there's anything specific we need to address, or if the owner wants to speak quickly as we had in the past hearing. I wanted to start with a letter from in the public comment letters. Do we have a representative here on this letter, or is this, should I just enter this into the record? Okay, we got it. So if you want to jump to the lectern, we can give you a microphone. I was going to try and paraphrase this letter, but you're here, so please, I'll give you 3 minutes to make the presentation. You got a lot there, so you know, do what you can to kind of keep that in a 3 minute.
Do my best.
Kind of complicated what you have for us, so go ahead.
All right. First, the August 26, 22 meeting did not ask them to do a study. The approved minutes actually required that they reduce the massing and height on the west side. They did not do that. The finished floor is still at 150.5 feet. The plate height for each floor is still 12 feet. The exterior height of the proposed residence on the west side is still 25 feet. I understand they contend that they're moving it 4 feet to the east. And he'd represented to Ms. King that gives a perception of almost 2 feet in height reduction. It doesn't. A person who's 6 feet tall, standing on Max's deck, Mr. Liskin's deck, is not going to see or feel any difference from a 2 feet height reduction. His finished floor is at 147.35 feet, 3 feet lower than the 150.5 feet of the Lowe's residence. That means that when he's standing on his deck looking up, the Lowe's proposed residence is going to be 28 feet, or if there's a perception of 2 feet lost, 26 feet. That's not going to have any perceivable impact on him or anybody who lives at his house. The proposed residence is still in the wrong place. It needs to be moved further back. First, the county's coastal zone ordinances, section 35.67, mandates that bluff top structures shall be set back from the bluff's edge sufficiently far to ensure that the structure does not infringe on the views from the beach. And if you look at Exhibit 5, we show you the view from the beach. You can see the string lines. What's interesting is there's only one exception to that rule, and that is in areas where existing structures on both sides of the proposed structure already impact the public view. As you can also see from Exhibit 5, Mr. Liskin's residence is not visible. His residence is back further between that first palm tree on the left and the palm tree in the middle. There's no visibility there. So the exception does not apply. They don't get to do the string line thing. They've got to make the residence further back so that it does not infringe upon the public view. Next, the geotechnical peer review report is my understanding is that is the county's position. You don't get to pick and choose who you speak to at the county and pick whatever position they want, especially when it's not based on anything. The geotechnical peer review report is based on the Coastal Commission policies. And it's my understanding the county adopts the independent peer review report, especially since the county does not have their own in-house geotechnical engineer at this point. So just dismissing it, which is what they seem to be doing, is not appropriate. What that peer report also said is that a further response is required, and the report by Earth Specific was inadequate. It was inadequate because the slope stability setback was wrong. It was based on shale and not the weakest material, which showed that there had been movement. And so the slope stability setback is going to have to be moved back. In addition, it requires a cumulative sum of the rate of retreat plus the slope stability setback. So we're looking at about 104 feet. That's where this house needs to move back in order to make the bluff top safe and protect the view. Thank you.
Great testimony. Just before we have the next speaker, just going back to for the board's consideration here to the planner memo. The planner memo, we don't have the planner available, do we? To discuss this? They're not on the call, are they?
Veronica's not present, but I can, do you have a specific question or?
Yeah, well, if you feel like clarity's needed, Alex, chime in. I'm just gonna read this quickly. This is the planner memo that we received in the planning staff review. The geotechnical report prepared for this project is currently undergoing peer review, so I don't think that review has been finalized according to this. The 52-foot setback depicted on the plans is subject to change depending on the feedback from the peer reviewer. As a result, the residence and pool may need to be relocated further from the bluff. Regardless, the location of the proposed swimming pool will need to be shifted behind the string line setback to comply with the following policy from coastal land use plans. That's the current assessment from your planning staff. So we're still on a conceptual review. Given the outcome of these findings from the peer review or other discussions with planning staff, I suppose we'll see what the applicants come back with in response to what's required. But right now we're in conceptual review, and that's an undetermined issue, I think.
It's attached
I understand.
my letters with peer review.
You're out of order, sorry. I'm just noting the fact that we're still under a review process here. So maybe Alex, totally want to explain how that works so people.
No, I mean, well, without getting into a lot of detail, yeah, it's still unresolved at this point. So it could change. I don't know the specifics enough to really speak to that, but that review process has not been completed, so it could be shifted back further.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about that, or is that clear?
So the question, we should not take action or what?
Well, I think it's kind of like a fire.
But you can't take action anyway. It's only scheduled for conceptual today.
But we could, technically, you could put them on the agenda for preliminary or final today, but I don't think we can go past that if this doesn't get resolved. It's kind of like a fire department review.
Yeah, because this is a CDH, it will have to go to the zoning administrator first before it comes back to your board for preliminary.
Okay, very good. Comes unclear, we'll readdress it. So I think that's clear enough for now. So I have 4 speaker slips, people who are possibly present. We'll just go in order here of what I have. Brianna McCarthy. Okay, that was you. Thank you. Edgar. Rich. Again, I'll give you 3 minutes. Please mind the time.
Okay, before I start, I would like to compliment Kelly and the Lowe's on the changes they made in front. I think that's an exquisite change. Is Molly still on?
You need to address me, sir.
Okay.
So you can ask me.
Well, I'm asking specifically about something to do with the landscape.
What is your question?
My question is, what type of oak trees are we talking about along the driveway?
So to the applicants, the question from the public is they want to know what kind of species of oak tree we're using on the frontage.
I believe it's called I don't know if Molly's still on.
Molly's still here. You want to clarify that, Molly?
Yeah, can you hear me? So
Thank you.
we're still considering our final planting plan, but we're considering the holly oak for along the drive.
Okay, now how high can the holly oak grow?
The question, the applicant, or to the applicant, how high can the holly oak grow?
So for the row of trees along the drive, the design intent is for those to be a clipped LA of trees, so they would be maintained at the height of the house, basically shown in that kind of, in that view. So they, pruned form, can maintain the height at the height of the house.
Is that the intent of the design is to maintain the trees at the height of the house? Probably the follow-up question to that is, can the tree grow beyond that without
affecting my view?
Not being maintenance, yes or no? Will the tree grow
Without maintenance? Yeah, yes, the tree would, without being maintained, it would continue to grow.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, continue.
Okay, well, that tree will continue to grow to 70 feet, just so you know. The other thing I'd like to mention is the fact that in looking at the landscape plan, if you take a look on the right-hand side of what would be the east side there, to that side of the building. Okay, that is the street, Creciente, and the bridle path for Hope Ranch goes right in front of the Low property. As you know, Hope Ranch is an equestrian community. Horses are important. It turns out that the holly oak is toxic to horses. So I think that should have some bearing on whether or not a holly oak can be used in that position, especially, as I say, in an equestrian community. And my concern is the fact that the reason I think these trees may be used is the fact that Mr. Lowe had removed a coastal oak, which he did not get a permit for. So he was being penalized by the county by having to put in more trees. The problem with it is he's trying to do is increase his ability of a private ocean view and affect other people on the streets ocean view by having a holly oak. So I think they should definitely reconsider what it is that they use along the driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, do we have Lucas Gary? I'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Please make your comments.
Okay. My comment is that despite the SBAR doesn't defend views on the first paragraph of the purpose of SBAR, it stated that its purpose is to encourage development as so to enhance the visual quality of the environment and benefit the surrounding property values. Because of this project huge size, which didn't change significantly in height, and having a second story, the size of the proposed landscaping, this project will significantly and measurably reduce the neighbor's property value, creating a green wall where only the Lowe's could be able to enjoy the view of the ocean. We're going to see a green wall. It has oaks and can grow 70 feet tall, among other trees. They have enough land to make one-story house with low landscaping and develop in harmony with the neighbors, but this project completely disregards the visual quality of the environment while destroying property value of all surrounding neighbors, including mine. To make it clear, our view will be badly affected. Our property value will be irreparably reduced. This can be measured and demonstrated by the difference in appraisal with or without this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. One more speaker up here today from Max Liskin. There's Max with us. Thank you.
How you doing? Thank you. David, would you please bring up the west elevation 3.02, page 14? Is there a pointer or? So point is, I'd like you to, this is what we look at. This is on the west. This is a monolithic concrete wall. when the applicant continually talks about privacy, he's talking about his privacy. He's not talking about the impact to the other people. This side of the house is the equivalent of generating his privacy. And it's like me being on the 101 looking at a wall, a stone wall. If you come to our property and you look at this monolithic wall, that's what you see. Can we then please go to the page 16, 3.10 exterior perspective? I happen to think that the design of this home is something that I like. What I don't like is this corner. Despite the fact that it's 2 stories, which there's we can pass, but they're allowed to do it. Again, the monolithic nature of the design, where you see it actually comes out, again, giving him privacy, but having us look at a freeway wall. That wall is 28 feet tall above our property. We cannot avoid it. Mr. Lowe's architect said they plant trees to hide it. The trees they even show don't hide it. I would like him to have a home that he and his family can enjoy, but not at the expense of destroying our privacy and destroying the character of where we live. It's just simply obvious to me, and hopefully from a design element, we can all agree that much of the house is beautiful, but this element is not the gain to Mr. Lowe for whatever architectural design he likes as expressed by his architect, and the consistency is not worth what it inflicts on us as neighbors. And I think there has to be a compromise, and it probably starts with plate heights. Thank you.
Thank you for your. Hold on a second. Any questions about anything here?
No.
Okay, so I'll give you about a minute of rebuttal.
Yeah, so I mean, if we had windows on that wall, then you'd get complaints about windows looking into the property. So, which do you want? I mean, you can build a 2-story house. What are you going to? We do this both ways if you look at it. Secondly, Mr. Eldridge talking about the hollies. Yeah, we're trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone because the penalty of removing the oaks, replace it with 10 oaks. So the intent is to keep the oaks at the height of the house because it looks best that way. So, we're not planning on letting it grow better. And then as far as Mr. Echegary's comment, when he bought his house, again, there was a huge oak that was there that we had removed about a year ago, blocking his view entirely. So what he paid for his house was for a view which was never there. We took it down. The view was all of a sudden suddenly there, which they loved, of course. Now we're going to take a little bit of the view back with maybe 20% of the view, 30% of the view that we're taking back to this 2-story house. But in essence, they've gained because just like the Eldridges, now they can still see the water, they can still see the islands, even in the presence of 2-story.
Okay, I think that's enough. Thank you. I did want to, since this is the first time we've looked at the landscape plans, I want to open this back up to the landscape architect. Molly.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. One of my, I'd like to please keep this brief, but I would like you to respond to the comment about the western boundary and the screening that's being provided to this 2nd-story master unit towards the ocean. Can you talk about what you've done to screen that and show us what's going on there?
We have the privacy hedge, and we also have, in addition to the existing palm trees, additional trees here in I don't have the pointer, but on the corner, which will soften the wall, building wall. Can you zoom in on the area that we're referring to?
Put it right in the middle.
All right, Molly, are you with us?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, real quickly, please, finish what you were saying about the screening. You were talking about a hedge and palm trees, but specifically what is being deployed there to screen that second story element from the neighbor, so that it's camouflaged from the neighbor's point of view? Or
We have additional trees in front of, along with the palm trees, and in front of the hedge, we can also add additional trees as well. Because the setback is enough. Now that the building has moved the 4 feet, we can add additional trees to soften that wall. There's a planter there. And additional trees next to the palms.
I agree with that. I think that as far as a driveway occurs, that's a great improvement, but I think that the moving the building is going to have not very much effect. I still think that the impact on the house to the west is significant. I don't know what a holly oak is, and will that make a difference? I don't know, but going back to the picture from the neighbor on the west looking, to the east, it's the story poles show a real significant impact. And I think that as far as if we look at it in the sense of neighborhood compatibility, it's a problem. That'd be my opinion.
all right, Mr. Joe.
I agree with those comments. I like the design of the house. I think it's very nicely done. But I also feel that it could be lower a little bit. I think that's what we asked last time. I appreciate the movement of the house, what has been done. I think is good. I think a little bit more could be done. Considering that there's an extra few feet on the west setback, I wonder what kind of vegetation could be put there to basically enhance the solid wall. It seems like now you have 10 feet or so, right? Like, so something could be done there to enhance that corner. I agree with the other comments. Maybe another tree instead of the holly oak that would work. I like the way the landscape is working.
Okay. Final comments from me. I'm a little concerned about it, placing a tree that has a potential to grow beyond the height of the house, given the current discussion about this and what we're trying to mitigate. So I would recommend as well another choice of tree along the roadway, or a clustering that opens up the view more if there is a potential for that kind of growth, or different locations. The tree may be located inside of the property, perhaps, I don't know, but I think that needs some study. Sounds like I'm in alignment with you guys. That's not. When we meet next, we'll hopefully have we have 3 landscape architects on the board. They're not here today. probably get to a more scientific discussion about that, so forgive us. With regard to the second story master, I appreciate the move of the house to the east. I also appreciate the comment that there's been a design attempt to avoid any windows or any apertures that have looking down into the neighbor's property. So I think that's the right solution there, given what it is. Not sure that my opinion currently is that, you know, lowering the house a foot or two, you know, is a possibility. I don't know that that's going to completely ameliorate the privacy issue for the neighbor. So I think landscape screening needs to be enhanced along that boundary. And based on what I'm looking at in the drawings, I don't see it. I see a hedge, and I see a cluster of trees, and clearly palm trees are going to be attractive, and there's a foreground kind of composition that you could create it with those shadows and so forth. But I think hearing the comments and what we're trying to mediate and looking at the adjacency of the other property, I think it's a fair assessment that better screening needs to be placed in there. And I think your landscape architect is demonstrating they have a pretty good toolkit here. So I'd like to see a stronger screening element along that face. And I think that probably would go a longer way towards mediating that than actual height reductions. But sounds like the consensus of the board is that although we appreciate the house moving east by 4 feet, you know, there was no attempt to lower the plate heights, and it still remains a tool in the toolkit to ease some of the impact. So we do appreciate the driveway move, and I also concur. I think that the landscape plan is coming along nicely. It's quality. So I don't think it's going to serve us to do another conceptual review. I think enough has been aired and positions have been discussed. I think it's pretty clear what the neighbors are asking for, and I think you guys know what you want. So I think we go back, come back on a agendizing this for preliminary. So I come back, be prepared to make arguments that will move this forward or get us to the next step. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, by then you will determine location. Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. So this, Alex, this goes on from here today to the ZIR hearing.
It would go to the zoning administrator for a hearing on decision on the CDH, and then come back to your board for preliminary after that.
Okay.
Unless you want to see it one more time once the bluff setback is fully resolved, and
I think that
maybe they take another stab at lowering the height. I don't know.
I think we're just going to be repeating ourselves. I don't think there's any sense in seeing this again until the bluff setback issue is settled. And my encouragement to the applicant is that you know, come back with some responses to what you heard today. So I think that's it. If there's nothing further, we'll close this item and move to the next item. Thank you.
So sorry, just so I'm clear. So do come back for further conceptual.
Nope. I want to see this back in for preliminary full board. After.
Okay, so that's after the ZA then.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for the public testimony and those participating from the public. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Sorry about the technical issues, everybody. Three minutes.
Hello?
Yeah, we're going to take a recess here for 3 minutes. We'll be back momentarily. I'll holler when we're back. Then we'll resume with item number 8. Thanks, John.
Okay. ببخشید اصلا جان این میتینگ هم کار ما رو زایده نست
quorum again, we're returning from recess. Are we on the, we on the system yet? Okay, we're on to item number 8, Varney River position. Looks like. Inception, is this the first time we've seen you?
Yep.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
just review of a 705 square foot existing residence. And we have our applicant, please state your name for the record. Just a brief
Yeah.
presentation on
Yeah,
what you're-
Keir Smith, agent for the owners.
Take it away, Kira.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I'm here today representing the owners, Jimmy and Liz Rivera, who are also on this call. I believe they're also my in-laws. The architect of record is Dana Hunter with Hunter Smith Architecture. She's not here, but she'll be here at subsequent meetings to answer any questions about details, etc. But so as mentioned in the description, we're here asking for conceptual approval of an addition to an existing 1-bedroom, 1-bath house. It's an interior flag lot. It's shown here in the bottom right-hand corner. It's a little under a 6,000 square foot lot, which is accessed via an easement. So this is kind of a good overview showing some existing photos. The top 3, 1 through 3, are kind of standing from Puesta del Sol, which is the road that this is accessed from. And view 2, it looks like, is the view showing where that driveway is entering through 2 stone columns. A little hard to see with the glare there, but let's see, going up the driveway, this is a driveway shared by 3 different properties, the 2715, which is our property, 2717 and 2719. I should mention that the owners of this property also own the 2717 property, which is the bigger property shown on this aerial. So going up the driveway, view 4 is showing that first house, 2719 house on the right-hand side, and then kind of turning up through the driveway. View, let's see, 6 is showing the detached garage of 2717. And then passing that, as you get to the 2715 house, you can see the little silver CRV, Honda CRV there. That's kind of the beginning of their driveway entrance. And then view 9 is showing an existing 2-car parking. And I will mention that our planner, Steve Connor, who's on the call, has also brought to our attention, we will likely need to add a 3rd parking spot because we're in the Mission Canyon area. And we're adding over 500 square feet. So we think we can make that work. The only issue is we'd be losing a mature tangerine tree that you see on the left-hand side of that car there in view 9, it looks like. And then view 10 through 11, 10, 11, and 12 shows some existing landscape around the house. There's the house there on the right, the bottom right-hand corner. And we can look at that. Let's see. So, yeah, if we go to the next sheet, please.
Hey, applicant.
Yes.
We got disconnected, and so we got to figure out where we lost you and get you back to that.
Oh, no. Okay.
Does anybody remember what he was saying before we lost him?
No, it was a while ago. But the thing is, it's a small addition. It's pretty simple project.
Yeah,
so
let's just get,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can get through it. Can we go to the next sheet, please? These were just going up the driveway just to kind of give a sense of the surroundings. But the next sheet would be helpful.
Stop. Hold up. Pay attention. I want you to take us to your application is very complete. We want you to take us to the exterior elevations, do a very brief description of the addition and the elevations. And I think you can go to page 20 and let's talk about your site plan, and then let's move this forward.
Okay, great. Yeah, existing site plan, or sorry, existing elevations. Yeah, very simple house, Craftsman, California style house. We can go to the next sheet, please. We can skip this. This is a demo plan. This is the light gray showing the addition area. We can get into landscape after, but basically we're relocating the front door, and so you can see where we're relocating the door to a living room.
Is it,
Next.
are we doing that existing throughout?
Yes.
Okay, good, we got it. So let's go to the landscape.
Or sorry, can we go to the proposed elevations?
I think we've already covered that. Let's go to the landscape plans.
I'm sorry, we haven't. Yeah, these are the proposed elevations. Sorry.
No, we're all looking. We got it. Let's talk
Okay.
about the site plan.
Okay. So landscape plan, most of it's existing to remain. There's not a whole lot to talk about here. Most of it, the greenery that you see is existing to remain. The only areas that we're proposing some landscaping is where we're showing the circle planting, but we're basically just tying in everything with existing. So if you can go to the next sheet, please.
When you say circle planting, how do we identify that on the sheet?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the symbols that we're showing in those planting areas, those would be the planting areas. And the rest of the green areas are existing landscape to remain.
Okay, that's pretty straightforward. All right, I think we got it.
Yep.
Let me see if we have any questions. Do we have any questions?
No.
Do we have any public speakers? Anybody from the public that wishes to opine on this?
We have 4 people on Zoom, but if you want to speak on this item, raise your hand and I'll call on you.
So if there's anybody on the Zoom call that wants to speak, raise your hand and we'll get you in here. But right now I don't see any. I'm looking at your existing photos. It looks like a very, very nicely kept house and a very beautiful landscape already. That's the existing. So, all right. Again, this is a pretty straightforward application, so very well documented. Valerie, do you have any comments?
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay, positive comments from Valerie.
Yeah, I do
John?
too.
Yeah, it's fine.
I just have a suggestion.
One suggestion.
One suggestion.
Call
what
those
seem-
comments.
Yeah, seems to what it's a nice project, but seems to be missing is a little bit of a porch. You know, like Craftsman houses always have a beautiful front porch. You do have a porch, but it's kind of small and uncovered. And I know you have a window nearby that you need to contend with, but you could put a little flat roof in there and make it more Craftsman-like. It's a suggestion. This is not very visible. It's a 1-story. You know, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. I'm just saying that it.
No, it's interesting, if I could comment, it's interesting you said that because we actually did have an iteration of putting some type of trellis element over that that new entry area. So we could return with something like that, or
Okay, so
we definitely consider that.
the board, the comment is study the entry porch and consider extending the porch and creating a little bit more space there, I think is what we're looking
Yeah,
for.
and some kind of a cover too.
So I think this project can return on consent for preliminary and final. I don't have any further comments. The major comments for the record are that the board finds the application and proposal acceptable. We like the architecture. It's compatible with the neighborhood. The detailing is good. The landscaping is good. The board would like further study of the entry porch and would like the applicant to consider extending it, creating more porch space. All right, I'm going to move on. Thank you. Well done. Item 9. We have our applicants ready. We have the, let's see, this is a project that's coming back to us with some comments. Further conceptual of a 300 square foot existing residence and new decks. Quite a list of comments. So if the applicant could try to keep to the, since we've already seen this, just kind of walk us through the comments and try and answer those. That would probably be the most productive way to proceed. So go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, I don't have a list of comments in front of me.
Do you want a copy? Yeah, we'll give you one. So comment, I'll help you out here. Renderings are helpful. So as we go through the set, we'll look at those. But first one, provide elevations and site plans that accurately show what you're proposing. Details will be important. And then there's some elevations and site plans lacking in detail, show existing and proposed. So those are kind of drawing elements. Let's see if we have any substantive design comments here. site plan needs to clearly show existing, because then again, that's drawings, architectural drawings needed. Okay, need section to say provide roof plan that clear. So was there any direction to the applicant other than how to draw?
Yeah, add landscaping.
Landscaping, okay, so let's
Yeah, and just.
let's look to see, so the only design thing I'm seeing here is look to add landscaping to screen walls. So let's talk that. And then I guess the rest of this is just seeing if these things have shown up in the drawings adequately, and we're looking at those. So I'll let Alex kind of inform us, but why don't you start with the landscaping, the screen wall?
Well, that comment was kind of open-ended. I had responded just asking, since we're not proposing any new landscaping on the project.
Okay.
So I had asked if we need a landscape plan, you know, if we're not changing anything existing. And the response was no, we don't need the landscape plan. I think the consensus was, you know, at some point, of course, it'd be nice to add landscaping, especially to the front areas. The walls are pretty large to add privacy. Be nice to dress them up a bit with some landscaping. So that was all agreed on, but I don't believe it's necessary to have the landscape shown and have a landscape plan unless I'm advised otherwise in this meeting.
What he tries to make you do it, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, let's see. Let's go through our list here and see if we got our drawings that we want, and then maybe we can get back to some more design related comments. So looks like we got a couple renderings. Thank you. Looks like elevations and site plans. Do we have accurate elevations and site plans, Alex?
Kind of. I mean, they're better. It's just I think in order to get to I think that they're good. The quality is good, but working drawings usually have lines and you have dimensions, that kind of a thing for the elevations and sections. But these are nice, you know, selling tools. Like a section like that, it's good to talk to a client. To talk to a contractor, it doesn't really mean a lot. The contractor wants to know what's the height of the plate, what's the, you know, what's the structure, what the materials, where the insulation, and so forth. That is what the next step when you get points.
Does the site plan, the thing that we were worried about, I guess, was the site plan's not delineating existing versus proposed. Is that still the case?
No, I marked the.
We have that
existing.
You guys satisfied with it?
Yeah, if we turn to this plan.
Huh? You see, I'm looking at it. I see existing deck, proposed roof, existing SFD, proposed roof, proposed deck, proposed addition. I don't see anything indicating what's existing or proposed in the site plan.
Do you mind just turning to the site plan?
I'm not looking at it.
A few pages down. You skipped over it.
Oh.
Back then?
Down in the plan set. Right there. Yeah. Yeah. So this shows existing. It calls out the existing residence, the proposed roof overhang to the north.
Yeah, but it doesn't say much about the site plan itself. So
Like the landscaping, you mean?
there's no indication on the site plan. I get the house and the deck, but where's the, like, we don't know what these walls are. Are they all existing or what are we looking at?
Yeah, all the landscaping and hardscaping is existing. So
It's new. This is new
that's new. It's
or new.
So everything else, okay, so all those stairs and walls and other elements in the site, including the trees, those are all should be labeled existing and identified for what they are. That's what's missing.
If it is a site plan, I wouldn't show the roof, you know, like the roof.
Well,
goes on,
that's
you know.
yeah, people do that, so whatever, but anyway, I think okay, we're gonna have to come back to item D. That's gonna, I think, well, any questions? Anybody from the public who wants to speak on this? Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. So for Alex, the planner, item D is gonna stand. Textures and materials. Did you bring in a material? You have a materials board at the end.
I said, yeah.
So we got that. So I think that checks the box. Says show complete project, so I don't think there's anything missing. So E seems to be a box checked. We agreement about that. And we still have comments for them on E. We got textures, materials, and colors. And apparently drawings. Asked for a site section. It appears that we've had that. Yes.
Not, well,
That I
kind
slide
of,
number 10, right?
okay.
7. Let's see, where am I? 8.
Uh,
9. I think it's on drawing 10. No, I'm wrong. So we still are missing a site section.
There are 2 site sections in there.
Where
There,
are they? Help me.
there are house sections, not sure.
Oh, here we are. Slide 15, David. So that's a building section. So does anybody want to? We asked for a site section. We
I
didn't get
think- I
one.
think,
Do we still want one?
13 is a little, I mean, 14 is a little bit more like it.
Yeah, well, site section would go down to the street.
Yeah, you go from one corner to
We
the
go
other.
from, we go through the whole property line, so we're still holding out for that one fairly. Anybody want to maintain that request? Or do you want to toss it out? We need it? We said we did last time.
Is it messing with the side, with the footprint?
I would say item G has been satisfied. We know what our roof plan is. And look at, so I'm just trying to get through this list. So
Yeah.
renderings are helpful, check. Provide elevations and site plans that accurately show what you're proposing. So I think
It's
that's a
not,
check.
it's not extending the foot, are you extending the footprint?
The house, yes.
Which way?
To,
The long way, along the long way.
yeah, the longitude, like,
Really changing the.
Right, the footprint's
the
not
sec-
changing.
Yeah, the footprint changes, but not in the direction of the section, the slope, so I
So-
think that's okay.
Not width-wise.
So-
It will not, it will not
Yeah.
affect the slope.
So we can dispense with
Yeah.
the site section, okay. And then, are we satisfied the elevations and site plans have the right detail at this point? I think what we need some existing and proposed labeling. I think we're okay with the sections at this point, and I think the main comment that's still standing is D. But I think the applicants has satisfied to a certain degree A, B, C, E. We're going to discard F. G is satisfied as far as I'm concerned, and then H was discussed, and the applicant's chosen not to address that. So,
So I think what I would like to see, as it moves along, this is doing well, this project. I think it's ready for preliminary personally. Oh, it's not a scheduled preliminary. But,
yeah, it's further conceptual.
But next time in the
So-
elevations, I would not show the shadows and colors. Start getting more technical.
Right.
Show the openings. I'm looking at slide 12, for instance.
Can we
Yeah, so that
can we go to can we go to sheet before and after 2 or whatever it's called, sheet number A021? Sorry, I cut you off. Finish what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that I like what I see. I think as it goes on into construction documents, the elevation scene is good, but it start having hard lines and dimensions and so forth. But
So can we go to,
so the shadows sometimes get in the way. They're good for presentation, but
well, that was a request that came in last time, was for rendered elevations. That was a response to the request.
one? I just want to talk about comment on the design. Look, I like what you're doing generally to improve this house. It's not the existing house is it's like an oversized version of whatever it was supposed to be. And like all your improvements are going, I think, a long way to improving it. So having said that, I just wanted to address a couple minor things here. Number one, well, so the walls out in front of the building, can you zoom in on that bottom right image, David? Okay, thank you, Alex. So I think some attention needs to be paid. I don't think this is gonna be hard to do. I think some attention needs to be paid right here. I would like to see something that happens along here that helps break down the scale of this. So I think there's two ways you can do that. You can make these a little shorter. I actually kind of like how they're encroaching up above the deck. It's kind of a cool detail, actually. So I don't want to mess with that too much. But I think what would improve this a lot is if there was some kind of planting in front of this and some elevation, kind of layer this. So the effect of these monolithic kind of pieces isn't overbearing to the neighborhood. It's a lot of just plant mass sitting straight out in front of the house. And it's actually a cool design, and it's a great way to screen the cars. So I think you're on the right track there. I just think there needs to be something in the landscape here. You know, you've just got this kind of ivy or this leafy stuff, like something here that punctuates that. Maybe like a little site wall that comes across here. It elevates a little bit more dirt in front of that, or some kind of planting that fills that in a bit and gives it some layering. And I think that would actually make that composition work. The only other thing I'm a little concerned about, the detail is kind of looking like a mountain cabin to me. I'm not sure, you know, actually look behind here, this house, it's just like it's partner in crime up there up the hill, right? It's got the same kind of vibe. There's a lot of mass here with this piece popping out, and I think you have it. I'm not going to sit here and say that you shouldn't do that, but I'm just looking at how it's detailed with these, and I'm looking at this piece here.
The brackets being
Yeah.
too weak. I think.
I don't know. It just feels like a little foreign to. Where is this anyway?
Mission Canyon.
Mission Canyon. Is that like
Going for the mountain style.
Yeah, it feels mountainy. I was looking to the left there, David. I mean, if you think about, I'm looking at this building and that one, all kind of seem to have the same vibe, right? So, but there's just a lot of stuff pushing out, you know, onto the street. I know this is like a steep hill, and you look out. Is it detailed? I mean, I think it's fine. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I the only one tripping out on that?
It seems like the brackets seem a little bit undersized, but maybe it's just the angle. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a nice cantilever. The roof looks thick. I'm not sure. 2x8 or 2x10. I don't know. It looks kind of like a little bit heavy for those little brackets, but you know,
it looks right though. It structurally looks like it's going to do its job. So yeah. So maybe I actually like the detailing you're doing at the corners. It's very clever. What's that material going to be? Steel?
Yeah, it's on the material.
Well, I would say come back to us with you're going to have to light this, right? So I want you to pay attention to the county's dark sky compliant ordinances, and make sure that you have that documented in your plan, so that anywhere you have exterior lighting, it's dark sky compliant, which means it points down and you can't see the source of the light. And just come back with more complete documents, and I think we could put you on for preliminary. I think full board, maybe you have for.
Yeah, going back to the overhang there with the knee braces. You know, I think you could cut a foot or 2 feet off of that. I know you're trying to shade the window, but
no, shade. He's want to shade the deck, you know.
Yeah, it's too high up for that.
You know, it seems out of scale. You know, still it's too big.
Yeah,
You know,
it's flying out there.
it just, if you cut it back, you know, I hate to make a sacrifice there, but I think that visually it would make a big
Let me
difference.
ask the applicant a question. Would you consider doing like a light shelf across here, where you brought a plane out that would help you shade, you know, so that when you're sitting out here, you're not getting blasted by the sun? I know that this thing's trying to get a lot of work done for what's happening down here, but could you put an element here that kind of lines up with the with this deck here, and pulls a little bit like of a trellis out along this header?
Yeah, I understand the concept.
Could
The
be.
issue is the views are amazing from inside the house.
Yeah,
So
I don't think that would affect the views, right? 'Cause
It would very much so. You're looking up at Lucumbre Peak from the first floor. So to put a trellis out in front of you, exactly.
Okay. So you don't want to do that, right? Well, I think John's comment about study, I think you just give this some study.
Yeah, lighten
I
it,
don't think you're gonna get any real shade from, well, so you're, this is east facing, right?
north facing, so a lot of shade.
Yeah, so maybe think about, I think looks pretty heavy, man.
Okay.
Let's see if we can study that. So I think the two comments are to study the roof overhangs, consider maybe pulling it back a bit. We like the architectural style, we like the improvement.
Yeah, I think it's a great.
I think it's looking very good.
Is everybody,
Yeah.
am I the only one that
No,
cares
no,
about that?
no, wait, that was the idea.
Okay, so add some landscape layering at the stone walls in the front, and, you know, get your documents complete, come back with, something that we can give you a final approval on, like, make sure you have your dark sky compliance, like, make sure you have the fire department look at this, all that.
So
before you come back.
you're scheduling for preliminary and final?
I think you could come back on preliminary and final. I'd like to see it on a full board based on how it started and, you know, bring back the details and what you need for that, and we'll have a look at it then.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Talk to your engineer, just to make sure of what you're drawing, it was going to happen.
I think now the guy on the right side is gonna have to consider new finishes. It's like the neighborhood's going in a direction here.
The next client.
Okay,
All right.
good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend.
All right, the last item, maybe perhaps?
No,
10?
you wish,
Number 10.
you wish.
Okay, item number 10. Request of Reza Gideon for Channel View property. We're looking at the project we've seen before. This is a final approval. So, all right, everybody sharpen up. We're here for final approval of a 798 square foot gym, 168 square foot. Wait, sorry, a cabana of 798 square feet, a gym of 168, and a pool and an entry gate. So do we have our applicants ready?
Yes.
All right, well, give us a, let's go kind of at the end of the day here. Let's, does everybody here remember this project? Well,
Let me see. Yeah, I think so.
okay, well, let's try and unless you've changed anything dramatically, try and just follow the comments that we gave you last time as a framework. Jason.
Sure. Yes, thank you for your time. This is Reza Hadian, the agent for the Channel View property. And as you know, this is a third time we're representing this project, which is a guest house, ADU, cabana, gym, and a pool. The last time comment was mainly for the landscaping, and you asked me if the landscape architect can be presented to walk you through. So Mr. Michael from the Savage Landscaping is available, and he can just walk you through the landscaping plan for your last comments. So I guess it should be here.
Right.
What's the name?
What's the name of your landscape architect? We're just trying to act.
Yeah, keep going. His name is Michael Savage from Savage Landscaping and Design.
All right. Michael Savage, if you're listening, we're just trying to get you activated. You there? Microphone check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Unless it's,
No, he was on the roll. He was one of the persons, but
is he the St. Joseph Billings?
It's 3 o'clock. Oh, hurry up, guys. Getting into my happy hour here. You have Mr. Savage with us?
Mr. Savage, I know that he's one of the participants. I know the second person, but I don't know why.
The phone number?
What's his last 2 digits of his phone number? Is it 737?
So Michael, that's
0335.
Activate everybody. All right, if Mr. Savage is there, we've unmuted everybody. Speak up, speak, say something. Mr. Savage,
if it's if you're the phone caller, hit *6 to unmute yourself.
if you're on the phone, hit *6. They'll unmute you. Is there anybody out there?
Yeah, but I can walk you through if you would like to, because I kind of like know the project. The last time the project was kind of like.
This is Mike Savage.
Hey,
there you go. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Savage, would please present your landscape design to us. We've been waiting for you. Let us know what sheet number to go to and make a presentation.
I apologize. The landscape architect is here.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and present, Mr. Michael, I guess, from your landscape plan that they're showing.
Okay, well, actually, right now you're looking at this is the irrigation hydro zone plan. Did you want to look at the planting plans, or is there any specific question?
Urgently. Is that LP1?
Yes, LP1.
Yeah, that'd be slide 25, Mr.
Yes. LP1. Yeah, so we're using it's mostly just a mix of California native plants. I think the only one that's not a native would be the cypress tree, which we have. There's already some on site, so we just kind of use those, and also the olive trees. And it's mostly just highlighting the edges of the new driveway. There's a decomposed granite walkway on the south side of that all-weather access road.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the comments we had here. So why don't we start with, and as you're doing this, indicate materials and lighting and details if you have them, because we're here for final. Show details for pedestrian pathways and hardscape between residents and accessory structures. So walk us through that, please.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see where our detail is here. So the only detail we're providing is the all-weather, or not all-weather access, the decomposed granite path, which is incorporated in our planting details. But we do not have lighting on here. We just have the decomposed granite path is only non-planting item that we're detailing.
Okay. Return with full landscape plan showing sizes, species, quantities, and irrigation plan. Planting adjacent to structures or graded areas should be shown. So we have that.
Yeah, planting plan, quantities and sizes, that's indicated on LP1. That's the planting legend at the top there.
Okay, and then how do you have this coordinated with the driveway extension and hammerhead turnaround? I think, was that a comment to try and reduce paving and use landscaping instead in the hammerhead, or what was that, guys? Do anybody remember?
Now, where is that hammerhead?
I think it's on L2.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, if there's a change to that hammerhead, then I'm not aware of it. We're working with the
Yeah, I'm sorry, if you go to the page L2 on page 21 on the PDF, that shows the overall, and it has the hammerhead shape. So pretty much the pedestrian walkway just passed through that, and that area is pretty flat, and it wouldn't interfere with the hammerhead or the turnaround for the fire truck.
So how's that integrated with the landscape? That's the question. Like,
yeah, there's no additional landscape around the edge of that hammerhead.
So what's the material, the hammerhead? Asphalt?
That is all-weather access road.
Right, all-weather access road per fire department suggestion.
What's the material of the all-weather access road?
It would be composite of I guess the asphalt. Composite material with the asphalt.
So you're saying that it's asphalt?
It's asphalt with some composite ingredient in it. I'm not 100% positive what it's made of, but there is a specification per fire department that they say you have to make sure that you use the specification. It's a prescriptive specification for all weather access road. So that would be used.
Access, that means that they don't get stuck in the mud, but you got to tell us what the material is. So it sounds like you're saying it's asphalt, which is just black asphalt, right? So that's the answer. It's not chip seal, it's not pavers, it's not concrete, it's asphalt. Is that what you're saying?
I'm assuming, yeah. We haven't been specified that a specific material for the all-weather access road, but as we go through the plan check with the building and safety, and based on their requirement and the fire department with more extensive plan check, then we will choose that specific material for all-weather access road.
Yeah, I know, but the comment says landscape plan to be coordinated with driveway extension and hammerhead turnaround. So what that means is that you're supposed to turn that into a landscape element, probably. It says on your sheet 11 that you're doing a chip seal driveway. So is that, you're saying asphalt, so I'm confused. So I'm hoping the answer is that your driveway and your hammerhead are chip seal. And we can move on.
Yeah, that's what we're concerned about, is what's the aesthetic finish of your driveway? Those are all weather surfaces.
Yeah, and that's an all-weather surface. So is that what's documented in the landscape plan and in your documents that you're doing chip seal?
I'm not sure if the landscape architect has incorporated that, but if that's supposed to be, then we can add that before submitting the plans to the building and safety.
What's the existing road? Is it just asphalt?
No, I think it's just dirt right now. There are pictures that you can see if you go to the PDF of just page 5 of the 20. I'm sorry, page 5 of the PDF that it shows the overall view.
Okay, well, there is actually an element of your drawing package on page 11 of this PDF that shows site plan. It is not the same, does not show the hammerhead. If you go to 11, but it does show. So look, you just
Which page? I'm sorry.
On page 11.
And the page 11 of the PDF plan, that's the tree plan, actually.
Yeah, I know, but you see over to the left, it says olive trees, and then under that it says chip seal driveway. So that's pointing to the driveway, but doesn't show your hammerhead, which is not coordinated to your landscape plan. So the problem here is you have very poor documentation, and it's really hard to get this all organized when documentation is this poor. So we have a last comment here, restudy tree species to ensure they are appropriate for high fire hazards. So from the landscape architect, can you talk about how you've handled that issue?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Item E, restudy species of trees to ensure they are appropriate for high fire hazard areas. So hopefully you've consulted our local fire department standards for high fire requirements related to tree species. And we're asking for you to clarify how you've managed that in your presentation and your proposal.
One second. Yeah, I don't think we have, yeah, we actually do have some fairly close to the building there. Hold on. Yeah, you know what? A lot of our trees are existing around the house there. I think we just relocated a few olive trees. So the plant material is fine. We did remove some cypress trees for that reason.
Okay, well, if that's your answer, fine. Let me go, let's see. Do you have any further questions? do we have any public comment on this item? Is there anybody for the public who wishes to speak on this? I'm gonna bring it back to the board for discussion. So I want to see if this is on our agenda for final approval, but I fear that we don't have enough documentation here to do this today. So I'm gonna go through the items and I just kind of want to get you guys feedback so we can give good voice back to this applicant. So item A, return with details, including colors and materials, lighting and landscape details. So does the board feel like we have
No.
an adequate quantity?
Where is that? Where is that? No page.
Everybody looking at what we have in the package? Do we have adequate quantity there on details, including colors and materials, lighting and landscape details to grant final approval?
I mean, page 2 is the one, slide 2 is the one that shows the details. It does show a hammered concrete texture. The pictures are good. It's kind of a little bit weak in terms of documentation.
About architectural.
Number two.
Yeah, what about
Yeah,
architecture?
What about the architectural?
Architecture does no, I don't see any.
We have
I mean,
a
like door, window details.
guest house
yeah,
and
For lights,
cabana with no details, right?
Yeah,
Is
Yeah.
that right?
yeah. I mean, the drawings are, I mean, the plans and elevations are a
So,
little bit on the
I don't
weak side,
see-
but
Yeah,
no
well,
details.
I don't see any architectural details, so that's almost,
There is some lighting specs.
okay, so item A remains. And you guys are basically gonna continue to come back. We'll agendize you again for final full board in item A for the planner on the line here. Just bring that back around. Show details for pedestrian pathways, hardscape between residents and accessory structures. I'm gonna say that that's still an inadequate element in the drawings, and they don't seem to be well coordinated. So that needs to remain. Return with full landscape plan showing sizes, species, and quantities, and irrigation plan. Planting adjacent to structure areas should be shown. I don't think that there's a problem with that, but the issue between the landscape plan and the architectural site plan, they're I think replace item C with a comment that the applicant needs to coordinate the site plan drawings between the landscape consultant and the architectural drawings. Or, sorry, the landscape drawings and the architectural drawings rather. Landscape plan to be coordinated with the driveway extension and hammerhead turnaround. That's still an issue. And restudy tree species to ensure they are appropriate for high fire hazard areas. So I'm looking at the landscape plan. We don't have a landscape architect on here today. So I'm not going to try, since we're going to bring you back, I'm just going to leave that item and we'll address it the next time we're here because there's no sense in forcing ourselves to
Yeah,
opine
I
on
mean, it
that.
sounds like they're all right, but it just needs to be clear so that we can
Yeah, so basically,
get through this.
item C is a little bit modified, but you have the same comments as before, and we'd like to have you return same agenda for final. Maybe you should consult is there a licensed architect attached to this project?
Not at this point.
Okay, maybe you should consider consulting with a licensed architect that has some experience submitting proper documentation to the county of Santa Barbara. So you can show up next time with appropriate drawings. I'm only saying it, I know it sounds harsh, but I don't want to see you waste any more time and effort here. You're certainly on the pathway to an approval. And quite simply, your documents are inadequate for such approval. So get some help with that, get the consultation you need, draw it up. And, you know, again, your design's wonderful and the idea is great. We just need to have those things to maintain consistency in our process. So we'll have you back for that.
Yeah, the elevations and sections need to be more developed. You
Right.
have to key the details into the elevations. You have to, your sections need to show the materials, where the insulation goes, etc.
As if ready to go into the building department.
Yeah, that your contractor to bids, you know, what is, this is
All right,
not
we're
a
gonna-
biddable project yet.
No, but-
May I ask one question, just very quick, 2 seconds? On the existing tree plan that you guys pointed out, that's for existing trees. So would you still like us to show the hammerhead in that existing plan, even though we're providing a site plan with the hammerhead and the pathway as a proposed plan?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Other than to tell you, we want fully coordinated drawings. So if there's a hammerhead it needs to be shown in every instance where it occurs. And to the point, I'm not sure how that.
Right.
The question is, if you're going to show a tree planting plan, and then it should include the information, the backgrounds from the site plan, and the site plan has a hammerhead on it, so the answer is that should be there. But again, I consult with an expert and come back with proper documentation, and we'll probably be able to make this move forward. I'm sorry that you're not ready today, but that's how it goes. So,
Okay, thank you.
all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want it consent or full board?
Full board, please. To our last item of the day, and then cocktail hour. So, and this week demands that kind of an agenda. Item 11, we have 29 PDSB LLC development, and looks like we have Laurel Perez and company final approval today. So let's stay frosty here. We got a final approval again in front of us.
We have a memo for this one.
And comments look like they're minimum. So we have restudied dormer proportions on lot 6 and front elevations, and provide fully developed landscape plan and full architectural details. So I think we're all familiar with your project.
Right.
Let's focus on those. If there's anything that's changed significantly, let us know that.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. Nothing significant has changed. We'll focus on those 2 items from the last meeting, and I'll immediately turn it over to Erin Heidi Nelson with Robert Heidi Architects, and she is on Zoom.
We hope.
I hope.
It's not been going well today.
I know, I've noticed that from watching it from the. Here.
Just let me know which file you want me to start with.
Can you hear us there? Oh boy.
Yeah, it's been.
There are a lot of points. I went through all the ones. I think there are 150 pages.
You've seen it all. It's consistent.
Let's raise your hand. Do you solemnly
Can you
swear?
all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great, okay.
Hurry up.
Do you have a secondary device open with the Zoom meeting?
If you have,
Erin, if you've got a second device open, you need to close that so we don't get the echo.
Like a phone.
Working well, is it?
anybody here know what she was going to say?
Let's see if I can.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Oh, still echoing.
we just make sure that everyone's loud and clear here.
Crystal clear.
Great, okay. So since there's only one comment related to the architecture, I'll direct you to the final SBAR single family detached 1 of 2 package, and you can go to page 55.
One of 2. Okay.
It is sheet A5A 5-1. Page 55.
I'm sorry, it's just a little lag.
We're just give us a second.
Okay. It's just that I'm having trouble rendering.
Okay, there we go.
Step 51.
55.
Yeah, I see. Study dormer proportions on lot 6. I think we're talking about this one, the center elevation there, right? It's not over now, no?
Yeah, so the front elevation here where that master bedroom is, the request was to restudy the dormer proportions. They were a lot wider previously, that dormer itself. So we narrowed the proportions and restudied the elevation on all sides to respond to the comments from the last hearing.
Okay, and then fully developed landscape plan,
Okay, George Gervin with Gervin Associates, take it away.
all that.
Oh.
That was anticlimactic. Let's continue with that.
Yes.
Climax, all the.
If we could pull up the rendered illustrative plan, I think that's the best one to use to answer any of your questions. The input that we've gotten to date has been pretty positive. There was no real specific areas you were looking for redesign or readjustment of the concept. There's a number of detailed sheets. I think the direction of the materials, Santa Barbara sandstone, the sound wall stuccoed, planted out, the entry with the bosque of the ancient olives and Santa Barbara sandstone. It's pretty consistent with everything that we have showed to date. We have imagery on the sheets of all the materials, wrought iron fences and low fences and privacy fences between units. I'm not going to go through all of the details. If you have any specific questions or issues, I'll be happy to focus on those and try to answer them for you.
Well, it just happens that we have 3 landscape architects on this board, and they all
Are not here.
Alex, I slept at a Holiday Inn last night, so I'm gonna pretend like I'm a landscape architect today. I think we can see. I mean, it's abundantly complete.
Yeah, no,
So I don't know that we have any questions for you. Looking at, has everybody had a chance to look at the landscape plan?
yeah, the whole set of drawings is very complete, Mr. Chair. I only have one comment.
All right, let me hold on. So no questions then. Do we have any public comment? No letters from planners or onlookers?
We have 4 people on Zoom.
Nobody's jumping up to speak. Okay, cool. So bring it back to the board for comment. So Alex,
Someone unmuted themselves.
do you have any public comment today from anybody online with us? Okay, I'm hearing no requests for speaking from the public. So Alex, to you.
I'm trying to find the right, I think it's, it's this one here. There are a lot of drawings here, so yeah, but this one is, well, if you go to the single family design at number 1 set on page 13. Because the only comment is more a suggestion than anything else. I look at all of the, no, this is the,
You want to go back to that?
yeah, there you go. This is one of it. This is the, I'm looking for the number 1 on page 13.
This is a single family detached 1 or 2 or
1.
page 13.
13, yeah. Where are we? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So very good. Just zoom in into the center elevation, the bottom of the fireplace. This is, it's just a suggestion to, I know you do great. The bottom of the fireplace. It also happens on the stone wall. Can you zoom in a lot more? Closer. The stone is kept, that detail, you may want to improve on it by adding some stone below the whip screed, because it does look like stone is hanging from, somewhere. It's a detail, I mean, in the, like for instance, in El Pueblo Viejo in Santa Barbara, we do this with plaster, so the plaster actually goes down to the ground.
Let's examine what detail number is that?
Yeah, you can see that it's, what is it?
That's an architectural detail.
Yeah, which one?
So the question they're asking is the detail of the Santa Barbara sandstone
Scroll up
on the chimney.
what the detail number is.
Yeah.
If you scroll down, you can see the detail. Yeah.
So it's 1AD01. Can we go to that sheet and just look at that? So
And well, I'm not sure, I don't remember on what,
go to that detail 1AD01.
That'll be in package two of
Okay.
two.
and I think it's page 71, could that be, or? You can get to page 71, then we'll be okay.
Better be worth it, Alex.
No, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it just seems like a detail that could be improved, that's all.
Let's see what they have.
They just have the stone hanging, a few inches to avoid the weeping from the moisture from the ground. The detail 2, and we also see it in detail 6 and others.
Oh, I see.
It's another, there are ways to do that, to bring the stone to the ground by keeping
The weep screen.
the weep screed and
And
then
just
you
have
break
to
it
insert
there.
the weep screen into the mortar joint at the bottom, so.
Anyway, it's a suggestion, just take it or leave it, okay?
Yeah, that's it. All right, well, you can chase them down the hall afterwards. All right, well, having heard that, any other comments? I think our compliments on a complete set of drawings.
Very complete, yep.
So could I have a maker of a motion for
So
final
moved.
approval? Okay, and approval is submitted.
That's a very, yeah.
Okay, do I have a
And
second?
second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. We'll build it.
Thank you very much.
Great process with us. Appreciate it. Right, so back to the board for any final discussion before we commence today. Is there anything you need to, any housekeeping?
We have a site visit next time.
Yes,
We do?
Yes, that's 2 meetings.
it'll be that project in Mission
No,
Canyon.
I'm sorry, that's the 16th.
It's a six-
Oh,
We have
what's the
another-
site visit next time?
Aren't we supposed to be looking at that place in Summerlin? With the large first story elevation?
Oh, yeah, sometime we're supposed to.
All right, well,
The one
we'll
at the.
keep
the
our eye
front
out
of
for emails.
Montecito
All right,
Ranch Estate.
all right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
That's
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.
Wow.
So-
Did